All right, welcome everybody. Everybody that's not here, raise your hand.
Uh,
Everybody that is, hold on tight. You're gonna see, I'm gonna share here in a second the screen so that we can set some expectations of the value that we look to provide you today. Those of you that are new, welcome. I think you're gonna see something that literally you're gonna scratch your head and say, that's got to be too good to be true. But there's folks in the chat. We leave the chat open. There's a lot of repeat offenders, those that have already joined the Go Baby Trade family that you can ask questions of the audience in the chat. If you have questions for us, there is a separate Q&A section. We ask you to put them in there. It's hard to monitor the chat and the Q&A and stay on pace. So we don't want to miss your question. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A. So here we go. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
yes,
Okay,
it's
great.
coming up. Yep, it's up now.
All right, very good. So what can you expect today? The most powerful word I can use is transformation. You literally are going to see a platform that automates, as Mr. Heveshi says, it gives your money a job. If your money is not employed, you are losing money starting to be very quickly. Here's a little tidbit that you can look up. This year alone, 2025, based on the debasement of money, if you're not sure what that is the government printing money out of thin air and putting it into circulation. It devalues the purchasing power of your dollar. Between that and inflation, this year alone, just year to date, and the year's not over, the purchasing power of your dollar has lost 10%. Do the math. How many years does that have to happen before it's not worth anything? Here's a
10.
clue.
Well,
It's not worth anything now. It's made up. It's made up. The reason why you're here, good news is you've been enlightened either by Crypto Casey or one of us, or doing your own research that has put you in a position that you realize the debt-based system can no longer sustain itself, and moving to an asset-based system, the digital money revolution, is the only way that you can prosper for you and your family. So, a little bit of a side note. You're going to see a 45-minute overview of the most brilliant platform ever that automates a part of your financial life, quite frankly, as much of a part as possible. And here's the key that we don't often point out. What other asset, besides maybe owning a stock that pays a quarterly dividend, what other asset do you own that employs your money and cash flows that you can use it to compound back in to grow your savings and the amount of money that the trader works with, or to make a car payment? I mean, $500 a month changes people's lives, and this has a much larger potential. The system works, 24/7, 365. Not accredited investor. You don't have to worry about, you don't have to spell crypto or trading or, geez, how much do I have to learn to use this? You don't. You have to know how to start your computer, spend less than 10 minutes connecting to your Coinbase or Kraken account and literally funding your account 100% securely. That's it, period. If you think it's too good to be true, you can think that all you want. Talk to the people that have already joined our community and they went through the same process. Guess what? It's not too good to be true. It is true. And everything that you're going to see today is factually based on what has actually happened. Now, we can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but we can tell you in a 90% bear market, down market, what this platform has done to perform factually. You're going to see a trading account that's a simulation that I have done that takes advantage of the next bullet point, what I call the $1 billion report, which identifies optimal trading opportunities, which means that the coins that are trading the most violently, volatility in this system is your friend. It's not fear. This is fearless. You'll see a demonstration of the platform, like I said, both mine, and then you'll see a live demonstration of Mr. Barsano's platforms, one of his multiple platforms, which is just like you and I, same strategy, same everything. It literally is you'll understand, you'll walk away with an understanding of what set it and forget it trading and money management looks like. The key being, pay attention, money management is the key. Everybody that trades manually trades with emotion, doesn't have money management, and fails most of the time. That dynamic has changed. I'm going to take you to one more slide. I know I just burned your retinas. My apologies. Everything that you're going to see today is for educational and informational purposes only. But I said we're going to speak fact. The only thing is we're not licensed, nor do we need to be to give you a good education. We're not legal, financial, tax, any other kind of investment advisor. Period. You're whatever you engage in this presentation, financial intelligence content, you acknowledge and agree that it's your responsibility. We're all semi-adults, act that way. We have a great opportunity that very few people. We've been at this for a little bit over a year as our platform, working with one of the kindest gentlemen that you'll ever meet, Mr. Barsano, that has created something that does not exist. But eventually, I mean, you're here in the early stages. We're still in the dinosaur stage of the crypto and decentralized world. We're going to put you at the forefront. You're here because you're smart and you know that the system that you're in, the debt-based system that you're in, is falling apart and not allowing you to prosper. This changes that dynamic. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Heveshy. He'll give a background on how we came to cross paths with Mr. Barsano and have the extreme privilege to be able to share this information with you. So with that, Attila, you disappeared. Uh-oh. Nope. Are you back?
Yep, I just muted myself by accident and just unmuted. Sorry.
Okay, there you
Also,
go.
folks, I had some camera issues today, so I'm hoping to have that resolved before the end of this Zoom. If not, then you're just going to have to know that's who I am. That's me. So my job here today, and thank you, Edward, is to just give you a history of how it is I ran into Mr. Barsano 13 years ago. And it's a pretty interesting story and a little bit about his background. First of all, my background is such that I've been in the world of finance my whole life, pretty much. But about 5 years into being a financial planner back in the 80s, I realized that's not something I really enjoyed. So I didn't continue with that. I went down a different road, and it led to many opportunities, and some good, some not so good. But let's fast forward to September 2020. That's when I went full time and had the opportunity to start learning all I could about this space. Now, you don't need to do that. I'm just telling you that's what I did because I missed the internet revolution. And I promised myself there's no way I'm going to miss this one. It's too interesting, it's too lucrative, it's fascinating. It's the most disruptive technology we've seen in years. So, but getting back to how I met Mr. Barsano, he finished up in the Navy, did some nuclear engineering for the government, and then ended up being hired as one of the first 350 engineers, programmers for Microsoft in the mid 80s. And he did a stellar job there.
Well, it's
Uh,
hot. I was hot in my heyday, baby.
you were you were at the top of your game, my man. So he really doesn't like it when I say this, but he was a rock star there for almost 10 years, as far as what he did. Yeah, he's very very humble. Um, but anyway, so he retired a young man. He wasn't even 40 years old yet. And he decided to start investing in the crazy tech stocks that were going ballistic back then because the internet revolution was just being born back then. And I always used to say, unfortunately, but really it's quite fortunate that he lost a large portion of his wealth in the year 2000 with the stock market crash. Because what he did was he decided to level the playing field. And he said, you know what? I felt like I was robbed. I'm going to level the playing field so that the average person can make money trading stocks without gambling and having a fair shot of having consistent profits. So he did that. He launched it in 2001. And through through a lot of feedback he got from a lot of people that had the trader, he perfected it. And we met through a mutual friend in 2012. My buddy said to me, Attila, how'd you like to make money in the stock market without doing a darn thing? And I was like, come on, Rich, that doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? He says, well, let me introduce you to this brilliant guy who was a programmer with Microsoft. He built something that you got to see. So I was on the Zoom with Ed Barsano on a webinar for 20 minutes, and I said, stop, I get it, I see it, I want it. I bought the software, used it successfully. It blew my mind. So get this, folks. You downloaded the software, which back then was cumbersome. It took 60 to 90 minutes. But once that happened, it traded for you all day, taking profits, 100% unattended. You did not have to physically interact with it at all, other than that initial setup. So we actually helped him market it back then. He hooked up with a marketing company for about 2 years, and they sold $16 million worth of licenses in just 2 years. That's a lot of business, folks. But then, you know how tough partnerships are. He decided to go back to being solo. And in approximately 2018, he sold out to a hedge fund that had previously purchased many, many licenses from him. Now, this is kind of where the story takes a really interesting twist because in March of 24, I was at my desk having a little bit of a frustrating day in this amazing digital money revolution. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, I got a good portfolio of crypto. How do I just keep, because I'm a cash flow guy. I love cash flow. When I was a kid, my parents said cash is king. I believe that's out the window. That's been replaced with cash flow is king. So I was in 5 different blockchain crypto cash flow projects. Actually, I was in 6. I lost money in 5 out of 6. And I lost quite a bit of money. Nobody wants to lose any money, but it was more than anybody would want to lose here. Trust me on that. But why did I lose those funds? And the reason was very important. I didn't control my money. I sent it to a third party exchange or wallet. So when things went south, I couldn't get to my money. And that's not a good thing, folks. You always want to have that security blanket of being able to control where your money's at in anything you're investing in. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, how can I safely and securely earn more crypto on my crypto? And it took me a day, but after a day, Ed Barsano's name popped in my head. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about Ed. I'm sure at this point he has developed a trader for crypto. I mean, I'll almost bet my life on it. So I tracked him down. I still had his phone number in my iPhone. I called him. We spoke for 3 hours and he confirmed my hunch. He said, yeah, Attila, I launched it in April of 2021. And he said, as soon as I turn that thing on, he said, I am done with stocks. Right. And he also said it's light years ahead of the stock trader. Now that kind of floored me. So I said, Ed, what do you mean? He said, well, first of all, you need a lot of volatility to make money in any kind of trading. And there's no asset class on planet Earth with more volatility than crypto. And I agreed because I knew that already. That's a given. I don't care if it's stocks or forex or precious metals or whatever. Nothing's more volatile than cryptocurrency, and it will be for the next 10, 15, 20 years. Hey, look, the stock market's over 100 years old, and people are still trading that like every day like crazy, right? So the second thing he said was, it's not. This kind of blew my mind because I remember the old days. The old days were, like I said earlier, tedious and monotonous and cumbersome as far as turning it on and programming it. He said, until I made it web-based. It's not downloadable software. I said, what does that mean exactly? He said, if you buy this software now, buy the license again, guess what? I'll have you live connected to your Coinbase in like 10 minutes or less. I'm like, get out of here. I said, let's do it. So I bought the software on the spot. And in about 8.5 minutes, I was connected with just under 10 grand to my Coinbase account, which blew me away because that was nothing like the old days. The other thing he said was, look, the stock market trades 5 days a week, 6 hours a day. Crypto's 24/7, 365. That's a major, major advantage in trading. Think about it. And then the last thing, going back to what I said 5 minutes ago, the last thing was the one that really locked me in. And I said to myself, boy, we got to take this and help the rest of the world understand that this is really something they need to at least know exists. He said, Attila, um, I created an API connection where this software connects right to your own Coinbase or Kraken account. So guess who controls your money 100% of the time? You do. And that was when the light bulb went off in my head, and I said, "Oh my God, that is the holy grail," because of what I went through with losing money in 5 out of 6 projects because I didn't control my crypto. It was at a third-party exchange or wallet when things went south. And I'm not talking about third-party exchange or wallet. I'm not talking about the major exchanges like Coinbase or Kraken or Uphold or Binance or any of those. I'm talking about something you never heard of and couldn't check out real well. Okay. So I said, Ed, let's bring this to the world, and we kind of started working together again. And that led to us meeting. Edward and I ran into Crypto Casey by accident. And guess what? One thing led to another, and here we are. We do this, by the way, if you're new and you're not sure like who Edward and I are, we are the educational arm and the support arm of Crypto Casey in regards to Go Baby Trade. It's as simple as that. So before I turn it over to Edward one more time for a brief minute or so, I want to just ask everybody to keep two things at the forefront of your mind as we go through this today. When we say set it and forget it over and over and over again, we really mean it. And what we mean by that is once you set this up in less than 10 minutes and you're connected to your exchange, you do not need to interact with it. There's no screen time required. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to come and look at it maybe every other day or once a week or maybe twice a day. You may look at it and say, hey, what did my trader do today? That's not part of the set it and forget it. You're obviously going to do that because you're going to be curious, but you don't even have to do that if you don't want to. When I say set it and forget it, I mean set it up and let the trader do what it was meant to do with its 3 million lines of code, which is automate a portion of your financial life. Okay. The second thing I'd like everybody to remember and keep at the forefront of your minds is this. Think about what Mr. Barsano has brought forth to the world. It's remarkable and it's never been done before. And that is the fact that without any of you or anybody in the world being an accredited investor, without anyone knowing anything about the world of trading, without anyone knowing anything about blockchain or crypto, heck, you hardly have to know anything about computers. You could now automate a portion of your life and make money while you sleep 24/7. That's never been done to the average person. And what's really great for all of us, it's already got a 25-year track record behind it. So it's never a question of will it work, can it work, does it work? It's been working 25 years. Trust me, the test is over. The test is like way behind us. Okay. So we kind of giggle when someone says, hey, can I buy this and test it out, see if it works? It's like a funny joke to us because we know it works. You just don't know it works because you haven't engaged with this yet. You haven't done your research. You haven't been on a webinar yet. That's why you don't know. If you listen carefully and you're new today, you'll find out pretty quickly today. So with that, I will introduce Ed in a moment, but Edward, you have an interesting thing to share that will open some eyes even before we get to Ed, which is your simulation trader, which you want to you want to explain it works the same whether it's simulating or not, and what it's done since March 25th of this year.
This year, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me go ahead and share my screen out.
Please do.
Okay. All right, let me know if you can see it. Oh, looky there. All right, so this gets to be a habit. So it took a profit. When it takes a profit, it pops a screen up and says, "Oh, look, while you were sleeping or while you were doing something else, living your life, buying back your time, spending time with your family and kids. I'm making money for you. So this is what happens. Not planned. I told you everything was factual. So excuse me. What I did was, and we'll talk a little bit more when Mr. Barsano will actually go over what I call the $1 billion report. And why do I call it that? Because it literally is a tool that highlights the most volatile coins that have traded profitably that you don't have to do any research, right? So if you're brand new to crypto, even if you've been a holder, buy and holder for a long time, right? You go, okay, well, wait a minute, what do I know to buy? What do I buy? There's like 30,000 coins out there. What do I buy? And oh, by the way, if you're just buying them and holding them, you're kind of throwing a dart, particularly if in the last 5 years. Now, again, I said we were in the dinosaur ages of cryptocurrency, it being adopted mainstream. Everybody that follows knows that there's the Clarity Act and all these other things that are literally going to be a trigger or a switch to go from the debt-based traditional finance system to the crypto or decentralized, right? So the $1 billion report highlights those coins, good quality coins, obviously listed on either or both Coinbase or Kraken. And by the way, 99% of the coins that are out there, the ones that are listed on Coinbase and Kraken, those two very, very well-known, largest exchanges on the planet, do all of the research for you. If they are available to trade, they are generally good, solid projects. Out of that, on a monthly basis, Mr. Barsano and his team issue what is called the high trade count, or I call it the $1 billion report, that literally all of the good coins boil to the top. Why do I say that? Because you want coins that will trade as frequently as possible. As I said in the beginning, this trader eats volatility. Volatility in this is your friend. You're going to hear Mr. Barsano say, after I say it, it's his words, it's his quote, down is good. And we'll explain why. So let me just go, I'll just give you the highlights. Mr. Barsano, when he shares his account, we'll go over in detail what you're looking at and why it matters. So I started back on, as Attila talked about, on March 25th. Christmas will be, what, 9 months?
Mm-hmm.
Lots and lots of inventory. Everything you see in parentheses is the number of lots that I have in the trader that it literally buys as smartly as it possibly can, waiting for the next little jump. And it doesn't have to move far. It's kind of like a heartbeat after running a marathon. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. Every time it moves, it buys more on the downside and sells very aggressively on the upside. So in 9 months, this trader, without interaction from me, has made $46,978.23. You just saw another $36 that it made. So last week, not even a week ago, I originally had it saving all the profits. I feel, it's simply my opinion, that the market has reached probably close to a bottom, if not a bottom. So I'd been saving a whole bunch of money. I just literally released like $22,000, $23,000 back into the trader for it to take advantage and buy more, employ my money so that when it takes a jump, then the trader, I take advantage of it. I don't do anything. I just sit back and watch it make, right? So in 9 months, what is that? Let me do some quick math. If I were to annualize that for you, 46,978 divided by 9 times 12. You're looking at a 63% cash flow return on my original investment and still have a whole bunch of inventory. So you can see the profit that you just saw it take. You can look down at the bottom, and you can see that it bought. When did it buy? I don't know exactly when it bought this position, but it sold it at just a couple hours ago, 11:44. But you can see it also took a profit on Bonk at 4:11 a.m. I was not up. And if you just scroll down, all of every number that you see here is profit in my sleep. And if I'm not sleeping, it's profit when I'm buying my time back and using it to spend time with my beautiful family. I have three boys. The youngest one just turned 11, so I get to spend really really quality time with him. Every time you see a light colored, it's buying more. We'll explain how it does it, but all of these profits, right? As Mr. Barsano said, I'm going to kind of steal his thunder. He's going to go over it again, but this 46,000, I didn't make almost 47,000. I made $11, $11, $9, $11, $10, 65, 85. All of that adds up. That's what's called employing your money, giving your money a job, right? I talked about if you had $100 in the bank at the beginning of the year, now it's worth 90, and it gets worse. Give your money a job. So with that, let me turn it back over to Attila to introduce
Yes.
Mr. Barsano, and then we'll get to the meat.
Yes, thank you, Edward. That's an unbelievable visual. 9 months, 46 grand, almost 47. Amazing. And you had zero screen time in front of the computer. You didn't touch it. You didn't do anything. That's what we
Nope.
mean by set it and forget it. Now, we are going to have at the end of this session, the last section is a Q&A. We kindly ask everybody that's already an owner of Go Baby Trade. If you're on here today, you own the trader. This is not a customer support call or Zoom. This is a call to enlighten new people that are here for the first time, wanting to hear what this is all about. So we do have two different support emails. The main one I already put up in the chat. If you wouldn't mind emailing us if you're a current client, and reserve the Q&A on these calls for people that have never been on here. We respectfully ask you to do that. The other thing is, in a moment, Edward will be putting on into the chat the special Crypto Casey link that entitles you to $1,000 discount off of the 3-year license. And then he's also going to include those two customer service emails. Okay, so with that, I appreciate everybody's attention to that. And the questions, by the way, do go in the Zoom under the Q&A area, not under the chat. But that's just an FYI. So Ed Barsano, the floor is yours. We welcome you. Thank you for joining us on this Crypto Casey event every Wednesday. It's nice of you to do that and enlighten everybody because I know your time's valuable.
My time is not valuable.
Oh.
My time is no more valuable than anybody's. We're all on this planet. That's
Yeah,
the
but
great thing. I call
what
it the
if,
great equalizer. And we're all on this planet. Everybody's busy. We're all
but
busy living our lives.
but just think, where would we all be if when
We'd be
Attila called
bored.
you?
We would
No,
be
well,
bored
no,
if we
no,
had nothing
no.
to
Well,
do.
hold on. Where would we all be if when Mr. Hevesy called you, you didn't answer the phone?
Yeah. Well, he didn't
Yeah, that's
answer the
true.
phone, but he called me back a couple hours later. I left him
Really?
a message.
That's probably you're probably just made that up. I don't know. I don't remember.
No, I remember it well. I
Oh,
had your
really? I had to
number.
call you back?
Yeah, you were at a lunch with somebody and you told me, I'm sorry, I was at a lunch and we spoke for 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't take my phone in when I go to restaurants.
Yeah, yeah.
So, well, one of the things I wanted to say though is, when you have a robotic trader, think about it. Some of you, especially you guys that own the auto trader already, there's a lot of you on here now that have the trader too already. Don't you ever think about it when I think about this when I'm in a store, say I'm out there shopping with my wife, grocery shopping or something, and while I'm walking around, I'm thinking to myself, my auto trader is actually running. The auto trader is running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether I'm looking at it or not. It's just so cool, that you don't have to do anything. It changes your life. It changes your whole view of the market. It changes the way you look at the stock market, the crypto market. It becomes like a joke. You don't even. It's just like, well, it's just part of like free money that you just have going on out there. It's just running, and taking advantage of any kind of moves the market's making. You don't have to worry about, is the market flying or is this slowing down? What's the market doing, you know? I don't know. I don't even care. I haven't looked at my trader this morning yet, all right? So I don't know what's going on, but
Mhm.
I'm not worried about it at all. I did look at what is that? CNBC, where they have the stock numbers going by, and I saw Bitcoin was down about 1,000 points, you know,
Mhm.
which is nothing. That's all I know. I don't know what the market's doing. And, you know, it was fun looking at your trader, Edward, you know, just looking at all those people. When you see small trade, you know, the profits on the right, the filled orders, you're not realize you only put a little bit of money in to make those profits. It's not like you put 80,000 or 100,000 into that trade. He might have only put, you know, $100 into that trade, you know, in each of those trades, you know. You don't have to go crazy. You don't have to feel like you have to be all in and taking big risks and all that kind of stuff, all that gambling. That all goes out the window. Over the years, when you're running an auto trader, it just changes your life. It changes the way you view the world. You're just walking this planet, and I always say it, I'm at peace with the planet, man. I'm so euphoric, you know, that you know. And I remember before I automated the market, the mystery that was there, right? You didn't know, and you're listening, you're always thinking other people know more than you do, and really nobody does know more than you do. Nobody can tell you what a stock will do tomorrow or a coin will do tomorrow. If they can't tell you that, then forget it. Then they really can't, you know, then they really don't have any insight, any more insight than you have. You know, so I'm going to go ahead and go over, I'm going to share my screen and let's
Oh,
talk
let
about,
me. Yep, my apologies. I gotta give you co-host. There you go.
oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Now I feel privileged. I'm a co-host, everybody.
Easy, easy. I told everybody to strap in, make sure their seatbelts are on. Don't be driving crazy.
So what I want to do is show you that, you know, the premise of the auto trader. I mean, some of you have already seen the trader. You already know, you know, how this thing works. But, you know, I want those who don't know. This is new to a lot of people. And if you understand this, then you'll realize it's free money for life. It's like not even gambling. Your gamble is if a coin goes out of business. Other than that, it's just going to pump you money forever. So look at the logic of it. And this isn't any kind of a trick or anything. It's just common sense, really. If it was water, the bucket has to go to the bottom and get the water and go all the way back up and pump it out to get water. It can't go halfway down and then go back up. You won't have any water. It has to go all the way to the bottom, get the water, and go all the way back up and dump it out. And if I ask how much water can that pump in a lifetime, if it just keeps pumping water, goes all the way down, goes all the way up, and dumps it out, people will say millions of gallons, billions of gallons, trillions of gallons, even. I don't know. I mean, I've heard all those numbers. But if it's a crypto market, it doesn't have to go down far and it doesn't have to go up far. It doesn't have to go to the bottom and it doesn't have to go to the top. All it's got to do is wiggle. All it's got to do is go down a little. Go down a little, buy. Go up a little, sell. Down a little, buy. Go up a little, sell. It's just going to pump money forever. And somebody mentioned about what is that lot stuff. Each one of these is a lot. So this lot went underwater. It went down, and now the action is down here. And now the action is down here. You're holding these two. The most lots you can ever have is enough. The biggest drop that can happen is if a coin goes to zero. That's 100% down. But pumping, you can pump 10,000 times. You can pump 100,000 times. Just keep pumping free money forever. Just keep pumping money. I mean, once you understand the concept, once you understand this, you realize the market is just free money. Now the key is having software that can do that because there's a lot more. It looks so simple on right there, but try to even do it on paper. You can't keep up. You can't keep up with it because you have to know what you paid for each one of these lots and then be able to sell that lot profitably when the price goes back up there. And sometimes the price will jump up. See, like you saw over here a second ago or a minute ago, like this bottom when it was down here, all of a sudden the coin jumped. It did a beautiful jump all the way up here, and that meant all these lots get sold off at once. So, and that's what's beautiful about the crypto market. When I turned it on in 2021, I said, "Oh my God." While Attila was talking, did you see me hold my head? That's what I was talking about. Because I said, "Oh my God, I never saw numbers jump around like this." And what I discovered right away, and it was all new, cryptos were new to me. People were asking me to automate the crypto market all the way back in 2017. And I was really super busy with the stock market, so I didn't have time to even look at it. But then, after I sold the old system off in 2000 and I think around 17 or I think 18, when I sold it off, because that was downloadable software, it had to run on your computer, and I had clients all over the world, and anytime they had a computer problem, they were calling us, like we were the Geek Squad. It's like I'm not the Geek Squad. If you can't get to the internet, it has nothing to do with my software. But we had 40 support people, and it was really cumbersome. And then the software was getting so big, there was so much in it because I keep adding things, more things to lock in money, lock in profits. And it was getting so big that you couldn't even check your email. When that auto trader was running on your computer, you couldn't even it would just drag your computer to its knees. So we were getting a lot of complaints about that. And then it had the AI in it, and AI right now runs on 4 dedicated servers all by itself. So can you imagine what would happen if it was trying to run it on your computer? Forget it. So I sold off that downloadable software and I moved it to our servers so that you only have a website so you could see what your trader is doing, but your actual trader is running on our servers. And I've got racks of servers inside of this huge cage. Anyone who has ever seen a co-location center knows what I'm talking about. And so because the software is running on the servers, you don't even have to have your computer running or anything. It's just always running 24/7 on our servers. And when I do updates to the software, it's automatically done on our servers. You don't have to worry about it. You just go about your life. And once you have an auto trader, you're just really you're done with the whole mystery of money. And can you imagine what your life would be as if you were done with the mystery of money? Because you spend your whole darn life chasing the almighty dollar. And you're killing yourself. You got roofers and painters and electricians and plumbers and I mean every job you could think of. And it's all about the almighty dollar. What happens when you have an auto trader just cranking out money 24/7? And it's pretty remarkable, once and it takes and I can tell you, I used to be a spark plug, man, when I was at Microsoft. And somebody called me that once. Somebody that interviewed, he went from me to the next guy after he was done with me, and he said, "Oh my God, that guy's a real spark plug." So I mean, I was wired back then, but now I'm at ease with the planet. I'm just it changes your whole life to have an auto trader just cranking out money, and all of a sudden you're in a whole new realm of life because now the chasing the almighty dollar is gone. And then you realize there's a world out there. You can go camping, you can go fishing. I mean, you can go boating, you can go to Disneyland, and
Buy your time back.
you can do it. And I've been doing it now. I left Microsoft in '95, and ever since then I've been retired. And what's nice is you can do it anytime you want to do it. Your biggest restrictions are going to be things like kids are in school. So now you can't just do it, like you got to wait for Thanksgiving or something, you got to wait for holidays or you wait for the summer, you know. But then while the kids are in school, I remember dropping the kids off in the morning because my kids are real little. when I retired from Microsoft. I'd drop them off at school, and then my wife and we'd go to Chompy's for breakfast. And then we could just do whatever we wanted. We're just free for the day. You're free you're not working anymore. And it's an interesting thing when you're not working. Um, you kind of get real bored too. I got bored in when I retired in 95. I was retired for 5 years. And I after the first couple of years of being retired, I'm like, man, I'm a programmer. There's an internet revolution going on, and there's so much stuff I could be doing. I mean, I was programming the internet at Microsoft in 1989. Plus, I was also working on AI in 1989. And so I was doing all this really cool stuff that really wasn't even out there in the public forum yet, and I wanted to write programs and stuff for that stuff. And so, but when the market crashed, so I was real bored the last 3 years of retirement. But when the market crashed in 2000 and 60% of my wealth vaporized, I was still okay. It didn't really change anything but numbers on paper, in my opinion. But it was millions of dollars. Those numbers got small, a lot smaller than where they were. Um, but I said, you picked on the wrong guy. I'm going to hurt you for that. And I remember, I don't know who you is, but I'm going to automate this market and I'm going to give auto traders to everyone, man. And I started giving away free auto traders to the public all the way back in 2001. Thousands of people running my auto traders all over the world. And then as the numbers start getting bigger, you do have to start charging, to cover expenses because you have to buy servers and all that stuff and support people. I had 40 support people. Then TD Ameritrade called and said in 2006 and said, "Hey, will you connect your auto trader to us so our clients can use it?" And I thought that, it's like, whoa, TD Ameritrade's a big broker, man, and you're just calling me out of the blue saying, will you connect your auto? I mean, they had enough faith to call me and say, will you connect your auto trader to us so our clients can use it? I'm like, aren't you afraid all your clients are going to lose all their money? That was what I was thinking. I didn't say it to him because it wasn't even, the concept of losing all your money wasn't even on my radar. I mean, I'm like, I don't see how you could lose all your money unless all these companies go out of business. Is Bank of America going to go out of business? Is Silver, SLV, going to go out of business? Is Microsoft going to go out of business? I could rattle off 20 different companies in the stock market that we know are not going to go out of business. Trade them till you die. It's free money. So I said, how do you even know me, man? I don't advertise or anything, I'm just word of mouth. Clients share with other people, with family and friends. And he said, you're real. Isn't that awesome? I want that on my headstone when I die. He was real, because I was real. I said, you're right, I am real. And then I automated them. I helped him write. They helped them. I had to write the darn code for them. They had nothing. I had to write the code on my side and their side to allow the trades to go to them and get filled. Um, and then E-Trade a year later called and said the same thing. Will you connect us? And then eventually it automated like 8 or 10 stock traders, stock market, stock brokers. And then I automated the crypto market in 2020. 21. After I sold the stock trader in 2018, I spent the next 2 years rewriting the software to be web-based so that it would run on my servers. That was a complete rewrite of the software. I didn't even use the same compiler. I didn't even program it in the same language. I rewrote it, everything from ground up. But once you have the knowledge, you never forget it. You always hear somebody on the internet might say stuff like, unrelated to the stock market, they would say, what if you had to start all over? What would you do? And I'm like, you never have to start all over because you can't erase what you already know. So there's no such thing as starting all over. I could tell you things about if you're a developer creating trying to create a robotic trader like I've created here, I could tell you some stuff that would shave so many years off your effort. Stuff that you're not even thinking about. Just like AI, for instance. AI is a learning system. You can't just tell AI 1 + 1 is 2. It has to learn it. You give it a 1 and a 1 and you tell it the answer was 2. You give it a 3 and a 5 and you tell it the answer is 8. And then the AI can figure out, oh, he's adding these two numbers together. Let it do the math. Let it do the thinking. And it's pattern recognition. But if it doesn't have the patterns, if it doesn't, my AI has been running 25 years. It's got all the technical analysis indicators in it, stochastics, MACD, relative strength index. It's got 27 indicators. And it's seen all these patterns for 25 years. If you created an AI today or last week or last year or even 2 years ago, it's like my 25-year-old AI is competing with a 2-year-old AI. Your 2-year-old AI hasn't seen what my 25-year AI has seen. So can you imagine a foot race, a 25-year-old running against a 2-year-old? The 2-year-old doesn't have a prayer. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. And his AI's got to run for years to learn it. So if I told you all the stuff that I knew, I could shave years off your effort. As a developer, that would be gold to you. Unfortunately, I can't. There's no way I could spew out all the stuff that I know. It's built into the software. As I was going for 25 years developing this software, I had thousands of clients feeding me information. They were telling me all this. I could see what works and what doesn't work. Now, see, if you're sitting at home by yourself and you have an idea for a strategy, you go ahead and try it and you lose all your money. You say, well, that one didn't work. Well, let's try another strategy. And then you try another strategy and you lose all your money and you find out that didn't work. And the thing is, what's interesting is very few things work. What I just showed you here works. You can't stop it from working. Nobody can stop it. I always say, some of you always hear me on these webinars, I say stuff like, I feel like I'm just robbing money out of the market. I feel like somebody's got to stop me or something because it seems like this is illegal. This has got to be illegal, just stealing free money out of the market. The thing is, I didn't create commerce. Commerce is you put product on the shelf and you sell it at a higher price. That's what I'm doing. If you look at it in its face value, that's all I'm doing. I'm buying it low and I'm selling it at a higher price. I'm running a 7-Eleven without the bricks and mortar. I don't have to stock shelves. I don't have to hire people. I don't have to have a building. I don't have to have somebody at the register checking people out. I don't have to do any of that stuff. But the software's running just like a 7-Eleven. It keeps the shelves full. You got to have inventory. You can't not have inventory. You always have to have inventory because, if you have empty shelves and customers come in, you have nothing to sell. So you have to, sometimes when you were just talking, Edward, when you brought up the number of lots, there was questions about those lots. Like you had 24 lots of bank, I think it was. Down is good. I don't care how many of these lots I own up here that are underwater. That doesn't even matter. Profit-wise, my trader's way up here. It's not, forget about these handful of lots that are underwater. Because if the coin jumps 10%, if 3 of those go at one time, boom, gone. Or if you're trading at 5% profit goals, 2 of them go, boom, gone. Every time a coin jumps, if a coin jumps 30%, a bunch of that inventory disappears at once. I mean, L3 just a week or two ago went up 150%. Some of you know that. It went up 150% in one day. I mean, so it just sold off all that inventory that was underwater. Boom. All those lots that were underwater, it just sold them all off at once and took the profit. Let me show you 2 charts here. People say, well, what coins should I look at? I'll tell you something to do, a good idea for all of you guys. Go to YouTube and type in a symbol. Like in my phone, my remote control, I just click the button and go YouTube ACH or YouTube Alchemy Pay. And there are people out there giving presentations on these coins and talking about all the stuff we talk about. It's like, look at all this free money. Look at all these wiggles. And what they're all saying is how great these companies are. And they're saying literally what I've been saying for the last 4 years about Alchemy Pay since I started trading it. It's like, man, this thing is so low when yet it's a multi-billion dollar company. Well, no, I think it's in the hundreds of millions, but or
Yeah,
no.
Ed, can I make a distinction?
Yeah.
While you have that, this is a good illustration. I talked about in the beginning, if you're a buy and holder, this chart looks horrible to you. Why? Because you bought it and it's been down.
Oh yeah, you're
However,
dead. You're
throw that
dead. Yeah.
logic out, or throw that illogic, as you will, out the window. Why does this chart look amazing if you own a auto trader?
Well,
Illustrate
I'll
that.
show you.
Illustrate
All
that
these,
answer.
see all these wiggles? Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Somebody calls me while it's down here in the gutter, down here literally in the gutter. And people go, I mean, it's at like a record low. I mean, this thing was 12 cents at 4 years ago, and now it's under a penny. And people are going, should I stop my auto trader from buying it or from trading it? I'm like, no. The biggest money you're going to make is what you're buying at the bottom. It doesn't even matter where it goes. That's the difference. Understand this about a robotic trader. It doesn't care what the price is. So many people say, well, if I bought it at 12 cents and it's at 1 cent, I am severely underwater. Not true at all. I mean, if you go to my auto trader right here, you can look right here. My open inventory, yes, that's those lots that are underwater. I'm down 86,000. You go, all right, he's underwater. However, I've taken $151,000 in profits from the wiggles off the table. Physical profit. And if you subtract the difference, I'm still up 65,000. And the coin is literally at the bottom after 4 years. I'm
And
telling
you
you,
still have 22, and you still have 22 lots of open inventory.
yeah, and I still got not. I still have 22 lots of open inventory. That's like if I go back to this. I've got 22 of these lots up here, and the coin and the current price is down here. I'm not worried about it. I mean, that coin in 5 days, just last January 26th, it went up. It went up from 2 cents to almost 6 cents. So it sold off a whole bunch of inventory all at once. I can go back and even show you that. Let's scroll down here real fast. Let me show you first. Let's talk about the trader here. This is the trader. Or this is what you see of the trader, what it's doing. The actual
Can,
trader is
can I
running in my server.
can I ask you to pause before you go into detail?
Sure.
Do you mind if I share a very, very powerful testimony that just popped into my head today of what you've been able to provide for me and my family to do? I'm going to
Your
kick you
fishing
off
trip
first.
or what?
Nope. Even more powerful than that. I'm going to
Is that
borrow
your,
this.
do you want me to stop
Yep, I'm going to
sharing?
borrow the screen back
All right, I'm
from
going to
you.
stop sharing for a few
All right.
minutes.
So I told you we were going to deal from fact. Okay. So I'm going to show you now, not a lot of you know, but Mr. Barsano and certainly Attila knows. At one point in life, up until 2017, I served 3+ decades as a federal agent doing stuff and things.
He was
So
the enemy.
no. Well, yeah, I was part of the Matrix. So, which is, I explained it as
Yeah, you
it's
had
sort of
a
my
tough job. I wouldn't want it.
sort of a superpower because I know what the Matrix was programmed to do, what it's still doing, and quite frankly, as it pertains to your money, the whole system is rigged to keep you broke and keep you dependent as
I think everybody already can see that.
right. So I came out the other end, and in 2018, I started a nonprofit to serve all of those that were in the shadows as a gray man, all those people that have served this country and served humanity in order to recognize them and give back. So with that, I didn't realize it at the time, but Mr. Barsano gave me the ability to And by the way, the nonprofit is called Gratitude Professor Foundation, and it shows people kindness through the lenses of American heroes. But it allowed me to be my biggest, me and my family personally, our biggest donor is us, right? So I thought, why don't I put a trader in place? So here's what happened. Oh, well, sorry, I took another profit. so, so I took a portion of our donations to put into the gratitude professor. You can see the name of it up here. But then I thought, wait a minute, what if I put that money to work? So historically, on 9/11, you can see 9/11, of which I was an intel first responder with the horse soldiers. If you don't know what that story is, then go do your research and watch the movie The Horse Soldiers. With that, we started putting, instead of just donating the money, it's now working. As of 3 months ago, on $15,000, you can see the lots. There's even in 3 months, it's collected a lot of inventory. Down is good, but in that period of time,
Inventory is good.
right? $15,000 in 3 months has made more than 10% active cash flow on that $15,000. So guess what, Mr. Barsano, you have given the nonprofit world the ability to employ that money, not just give it, but generate cash flow. And on that cash flow, as you call it, free money, I get to serve and recognize those people that I served with. You know what a great impact this is on anybody that wants to give or give back or support an organization that is near and dear to them, whether it's the ASPCA, whether it's whatever it is. You've now put a tool in place that allows people to do that. And oh, by the way, it works just the same. This one, by the way, look, it's live trading. This is a real account. Started 3 months ago. If that doesn't impress you, look, in the last 30 days, it's made $900 that I can deploy to somebody that needs it. Everybody knows how difficult the traditional finance system that you're in is making it difficult for the average person out there. What you're seeing is real, and it doesn't exist anywhere else.
And
I
it's
appreciate
easy.
it.
Super easy.
And it's super easy. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to share that. It just hit me, as Attila says, right in the middle of my forehead, right between my eyes. This is provided so much to the community, the world at large, to be able to give back to humanity, and to get them off of the hamster wheel that the Matrix. I mean, like I said, you've heard me say it. The Matrix teaches you what? Go to school, go in a whole bunch of debt going to school, get a job, trade time for money that only puts you in a position where you can barely
and then work till you die,
and work and work
And
till you die.
what I just say, for me, I just want to remove the mystery of the market. I wanted to remove, all the misinformation out there. Over the last 25 years, I've traded in professional trading houses and really just to get their data. So I'd bring my laptop and I would plug it in just to get high speed internet data, high speed data, the order books, the data. I had to get high speed data to test my auto traders back in 2001 because I only had a dial up modem in my house. And I sat in professional trading houses and I saw how the professionals were taking advantage of the public. And I'm like, whoa, boy, man, I can counter what they're doing. I see what they're doing, and my level 2 data is still not working yet. I did a load balancers on my servers now. See, I'm server. This is showing I'm on server 32. You don't see that on your computer, but on mine I can see the debug stuff. And so we're bouncing to different servers now to speed things up, to make it your experience a lot better. But I haven't. But the level 2 data which is the order book, isn't following it. I got to program that. I keep saying I'm going to do it. Over the last week, I haven't had a chance yet. In any case, but what I wanted to do was go back and just show you. First, let's explain what you're looking at here on this screen. The left side shows, I'm live trading. That's at the top. You can see here, live trading. You got videos. You got your account value, your current account value, how much profits it took today. So far, it hasn't taken any. I'm okay with that. Whatever. It can only take what the market wants to give it. That's another thing. People think they can boss the market around, say, I want to make 1,000 a day. I want to do this. I want that. The market doesn't care what you want. If you're running a 7-Eleven and you can't sell $50 bags of potato chips whether you wanted to or not. You can only sell what the market will bear. And right now, the market will bear $4 bags of potato chips. In the 1960s, the market would bear 25-cent bags of potato chips, right? You couldn't sell a $4 bag of potato chips in the 1960s, right? Some of you might be old enough to remember that. I know my grandmother she'd roll over in her grave if she knew we were paying $1 for a candy bar when they were only a nickel back then. I remember the penny candy stores where you go in there with $1 and walk out of there with 2 bags of candy. Now you walk in there and you buy 1 candy bar with your $1, and that's it. So anyways, you can only make what the market will bear. As you can see, Alchemy Pay, ACH here is it's only up 0.808%. It's up nothing. There's no profit to be taken there. It's not up enough. This one here is, again, Dogecoin. It's not up enough today. This one here, I'm selling, I think, on 3 or 5% profit goals. So either way, not up enough. Not up enough. So you can see the market's not moving enough yet. Not up enough. So, to give me any profits. It's okay. If you don't want to give me profits today, I'm not worried about it. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, the markets, you got it trapped, and there's nothing it can do. When they do move, you clean up, and they can't stop you. And so on the left side here, it's got the account value, today's profits, the 30-day profits, and that's like a record low. Anybody that's watched these traders, you always see me make between 2,000 and 3,000 a month, at least on this trader. Even in a bad market. The last 30 days have been really super slow, man. That's a trip. And then, over the last, couple of years, it's taken 356,000 in profits. And then the profits saved, I used to always have, your default is save 100% of your profits, but I have it set to 0 right now. I bought a Range Rover with a couple 100,000 of it, and I've been just blowing money left and right. And I set it to don't even save any profits right now. I have multiple other auto traders also. And then this is like an index down here, Bitcoin. It's just, I kind of like to see what Bitcoin's doing. Look, even Bitcoin isn't even moving today. It's just a flat day. So don't expect things. Millions of people go crazy when the market's not moving. You'd be surprised what people are doing to their strategies. Outside of Go Baby Trade, that is. They're out there gambling. They're trying to make the market move. They're actually changing their strategy. Well, I'm not making anything today. Let me change the strategy to do this. Let's do this. Let's change that. Let's sell all these losers. Let's sell all these lots that are underwater. Let's go do this. Let's change symbols. It's like, will you quit it? The market's not moving. I mean, you've already got your 7-Eleven. You've already got your shelves are full. You've got, your cabinet or your coolers have their monster drinks and everything. Everything is ready. But it's pouring down rain outside and no customers are coming in. Take it easy, relax. When the doors are open, you'll sell product. If there's no I got a call coming in. Sorry.
Is that Bill Gates?
No, I forgot to pause that. In any case, you don't need to change things. If the market's not moving, the market's not moving. But this is what I was saying. January 26th, Alchemy or ACH Alchemy Pay went from, you can see it down below here, from right here, 2 cents. Whoops. Oh, great. Sorry. All right. It went from, you can see right here the price, 2 cents, 0.02. And then it started a run up. And the auto trader just had a field day, man. It took 2,000 on that one, another 2,000 on that one. These individual lots, 1,700 on that one, 1,200 on that one. It was just going higher and higher. And it just started, and it did this for 5 days, man. It just kept going higher. And what's so cool is while it was going higher, the auto trader was adding more. See these opens in the middle there? Because it wasn't just going straight up, it was wiggling. So when it was going up, it would pull back a little, and the auto trader would say, I'll buy more now. Because it sold off everything down here, because when it went higher. And then it would pull back a little and it would buy more. And then it would continue going higher and it would sell that one off. So not only are you selling off the inventory that you bought, that you accumulated while it was going down, but you're actually adding more and selling that off on the way back up. So you're double dipping. It's so cool. I think the auto trader is the greatest invention ever. And I've taken all the gambling out of it. And the coin went, it did this for like 5 days. It just kept going higher and higher and higher. And the auto trader is just closing all these positions, closing off all this inventory that it had, and it went up to 5.7 cents. How sweet is that? From 2.22 cents to 5.7 cents. Just free money. It's like, take it easy, don't worry. I used to say it all the time, when I used to present to live audiences all over the country. And I would say, hey, do you think Bank of America is going to go out of business? I'd ask the audience. And everybody would go, no. I'd say, then trade the heck out of it, man. It's free money. Because it's just numbers going up and down. Look at the market like it's numbers going up and down. People are overthinking all this stuff. They're overanalyzing everything, and they're listening to all the lies on the internet. People that are even teaching classes out there are lying. They're teaching a trading class, and the person teaching the class has never traded the market. They're lying. There's lies. I hate to say it. I hate to put it that way, but the whole internet is just full of scams and lies. It's like, forget it, except for what you have here. This is the real thing. I've been doing this 25 years. Some of you subtract 25 years from your current age and think how old you were when I started doing this. And I've been doing it full time for 25 years, and I can see all the traders. I see people giving me feedback, constant feedback. I know what works and what doesn't work. And I reduced it to, here's a beautiful strategy that just keeps cranking out money. Now you can go to some other sites out there. There are other what they call bots. They'll say things like you can pick from 1 to 50 strategies. 50 strategies. There are not 50 strategies that make money. I'm going to tell you that right now. You know how many strategies I have that make money? 1. And we're all using it. This is it. I don't have 2 strategies. I don't have 50 strategies. I don't tell you, give me this much money and I'll give you 1 strategy, but if you give me this much money, I'll give you a better strategy. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. There's only 1 strategy and we're all using it. So the top part of this screen is showing you your currency, how much it moved, the coin moved today. That's an important thing, because if it's not moving, then don't expect a lot of activity. The current price of the coin, how many coins you own currently of ACH. If you want to see those 22 individual lots, see that plus right there? Click it. It actually opens up. I'm going to click minus on the bottom to minimize this filled order section. And you can see the individual lots of these coins. You can see the lots. You can see how there's all 22 of the lots, and there's Doge, and however many lots it has. And so you can just scroll down and you can see all this. You can see the lots. Oh, you can also Like if I click on this, that's one's blocked. H bar. It shows you if the coin goes higher, it's telling me what the buy price is gonna be, what the next buy price is. It's telling me ahead of time. If the price goes up to 15507, which is right here, it's going to add more. But if it goes down below 1238 or 12328 right here, that's the decliner. It's saying I'm going to add more if it goes down. So I can add to losers, I can add to winners, I can fill the gap in the middle. You notice here it says add to gap. The AI is built into this thing. It says, when the software says I'm ready to buy more because it went down, it'll call AI and say, AI, do you think it's going to go lower in the next like 30 minutes? And if the AI says it's going to go lower, the software doesn't buy it yet. It'll wait and it'll let it go lower. And then the AI gives up and says, no, it's not going to go lower. Then it buys it. So if it puts an AI on there, that means AI got involved in the trade. Sometimes it'll say it'll put a rule up here. It'll say AI blocking trade, but you'll see it down here also. So it's not a black box. It's not secret, and it shows you your market value of the coin of these coins that you own. Now these three columns kind of go together. How much, like this one here, I'm down $31,000 in my open inventory, those individual lots that are underwater. But I've taken 62,000 in profits off the table from the wiggles. The wiggles, I always do that. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And then you have your net profit. I'm not worried about these things that are still, like this one here is down 123,000 in open inventory, but I've only taken 63,000. This all happened in the last few months. GRT, come on. GRT has done 1.2 trillion hits to their API. They are like part of blockchain, man. Everybody, every exchange in the world is using them. They index the blockchain data, and they are so far ahead of the game, and their price has been going lower, lower, lower. I mean, even at a nickel, that's an insult to humanity, I call it. And ACH down under a penny now, that's an insult to humanity also. Both of these coins should be between $2 and $20 a share. Instead, I contend that the large institutions, BlackRock, Fidelity, and then all the whales, the wealthy, the Tom Brady's of the world, and the Donald Trumps, they are buying millions of shares of these coins, millions of dollars worth of these coins, because they know this low price is an insult. There's no way GRT is going out of business. No way. This is rock bottom. And actually, I have the chart up here. Did I bring it up right? Here's GRT. And look at all these wiggles. Look at all these beautiful, beautiful, just free money. Just free money. And this is another thing. You notice the chart, the lines, how they go straight up. Or straight up and then straight down. The stock market prices move like this. The crypto market prices move like this. They jump around. And that's gold to an auto trader, because when that coin jumps up here, anything you own below that sells off. Anything you bought down here sells off. When that coin went to there, anything below that price, from there to there, is gone. It would have been gone anyways. These things would have all sold off already. But if you had any excess shares left over below this price right here, it all sells off. So you're just, and look at the run up that's starting here. It started a run up from when it was at 453, and now it's at 471. That coin is going to go to the moon. But I'm not here to promote different coins, but I'll tell you, Alchemy and GRT are my two favorite coins of the world. I've been trading them for 4 years, and they just keep giving. And while they were going down, I kept cranking out money. But and what else on this other screen here? The other thing here about your robotic trader, this down here, it just shows you don't have to make big money on each trade. Look at this one here, only took a nickel, which is crazy, you know. But you know what? It is what it is. People send me email, how come my auto trader only took a nickel? It's like, hey, you know, prices disappear. If I could show you the level 2 screen, unfortunately, it's not coming up here when I clicked it.
Ed,
I
do you
could
have
show
your
you how
original
it
trader?
works.
You have your original trader open, the one that you open, actually next week will be 4 years, almost 4 years on
No,
the
maybe
nose.
I'll open that next week. I don't have it
Okay.
actually here on this computer. Um, my house is different. Each computer, each room has different settings, security settings for the ISP. So I'm actually this auto trader I'm accessing from the ISP. Um, but what I was going to show you down here is even the small amounts of money. Well, the other trader has $1 million in it. Also, this one only
Yeah, the
has
reason why I asked is that, from a factual perspective, it'll be 4 years on the 19th since you
Oh,
opened
will it?
your yep, that since you opened your original trader. And the market's been down 90% since you started 4 years ago.
Oh,
Yet,
and I cleaned up.
yet, yet you've generated 5 times
Yeah,
the original amount
just about
invested.
$1 million.
5x,
Yeah.
right?
Well, even this
5x.
one here. The thing is, we're only taking small amounts on each trade, but those things add up. They added up to 356,000. My other trader, has been running longer than this one, a couple years longer actually, and it's generated it's up to over 1 million
Well, you just saw, and the reason why I wanted to bring
of
that
profits.
the nonprofit my nonprofit account up is because I only started with $15,000 and it generated almost $900 in a month
Yeah, in a down market. That's the
in a down
beauty
market.
in a straight down market.
Yep.
So when I talk about, so that's what your auto trader is, pretty straightforward. Then this is showing you what your auto trader is doing. And then if you want to look at your settings, everything's under this menu here. All your menu items. You can go to select currencies, which is this screen, and it shows here, it shows the coins that you're, oh, let me click this. It shows to level out to give each coin, spread the funds equally. It shows that you have the coin, how much it allocated, how much it already used, and how much is available. And these three settings here are pretty, this says allow it to add to decliners, allow it to add to advancers, and allow it to sell. Okay? You notice I don't say allow to advancers if I'm allowing it to sell. Some of you who already own an auto trader, you might want to take note of that. If I'm allowing it to sell, I don't need to allow it to add to advancers because as it's going higher, I'm just selling it off anyways. So because the advancer, while it's going higher, you're going to be selling off, and then when it on the wiggles as it pulls back, you're going to be adding to the decliner. So even though the trend is going higher, it still pulls back on the wiggles down like that, up, down, up, down. So you don't need adding to advancers. However, if I'm not closing a position, if I'm just accumulating dollar cost averaging, a lot of people do that. I'm testing. I mess with this strategy all the time on this trader, which is terrible. But I like to see what other people have. H bars becoming a big deal. Working with ACH, I think they're doing partnerships. So that becoming a big deal. So I started adding more coins. Everybody knows I normally only like to trade 5 coins, but I'm experimenting with this trader, and I'm doing what other people are doing. And they're saying, I just want to accumulate shares as it wiggles around. I don't want to sell it. So I'm adding to Advancer because say I buy Bitcoin at 90 and it goes to 100. If I'm not adding to an Advancer, Bitcoin can keep going higher and I won't add. it's gonna have to go below 90. It's gonna have to go below my lowest lot. So I say allow it to add to advancers. So if I'm not selling, if I'm just dollar cost averaging, if I'm adding to it, I have it add to it, decliners and advancers. But if I'm closing positions as they go higher, I don't need it add to advancers. So that's how you put your coins in. You just type in a coin. I say spread funds equally here, this button here, and it just takes all the available money and it kind of levels it out between all the coins. You don't have to do, some people are fine tuning. Oh, I want 80% on that one, 20% on that one, or 5% on that one, 3%. I don't play that game. I just hit spread funds equally, end story. Let it do the math. Make it easy for yourself. Then you have your edit strategy, which is only one screen. Look, one screen of settings. Look at that. Hardly nothing. It's got AI, which is always turned on. It's got a little thing in here. These three here are designed to slow it down in a while market. You know, the market's moving a lot. Give it 60 minutes between buys. Give the market time to breathe. Let it go where it wants to go, because you have nothing to lose. If it drops 30%, you're going to buy 30% lower. So you don't have to just rush to get in on a 3 or a 5% drop. You can just say, even though I'm going to add on a 5% drop, I'm willing, or is it a 5 or is it a 3? It's a 3%. Add as price moves. I'm adding on 3% drops down here. So just because it went down 3% and I buy, what if it drops down another 3%? I don't want to buy right away. I want to wait 60 minutes before I buy. That next drop could be a 20% drop and then buy. So you're buying at a much lower price. So this says if I made $500 on a position on one trade, just take it. The purpose of that is I don't want to wait for AI. I don't want to wait for any of the other rules. I want to just say, hey, if I'm up $500 on one trade, on one lot, just grab it right away. Because it's going to go straight up and come straight down, and you're going to lose it. If you look at this other, some of these charts, you can see some of these just go straight up and straight down, like that one. Boom. If you didn't sell it up there right away, a minute later, it's coming down already. I don't want to wait. If you got it, if it just jumps, anytime it jumps straight up, just grab the money right away. And the auto trader knows how to do that already. You don't have to, it's already programmed to do it. I don't wait for any kind of a pullback after I reach my goal. In the stock market, you usually put a quarter or a 0.5% pullback. Let it go higher until it pulls back a little is the concept. That's okay in the stock market where prices move like snails. But in the crypto market, it'll go up and then it'll come down and you'll lose everything it went up to. If you don't sell it right away, it'll come back down. So I'm not waiting for a pullback. If the AI doesn't say it's going to go higher, then just get me out. I may get rid of that indicator. I got rid of 10 screens of indicators that were in the old system where people were just gambling all over the place. I got rid of all that stuff. This spread funds equally is really interesting when it's buying. So that's why I don't care where the price goes. It doesn't matter where the price is. I care about the wiggles. And I want to make the same amount of money per trade when the price is up here as I do when it's down here, when it's wiggling, because I'm investing the same amount of money into each trade. So on the wiggles, I want to make the same amount of money. I don't want to make less money just because the price is lower. If you go with equal shares, you're buying equal shares, but at a lower price, which means you're investing less money, which means you're making less profits per trade at the bottom. So as the price goes lower, your profits per trade get smaller and smaller. This one keeps it level. So anyone who has equal shares, some of you folks who may still have that checked, you might want to move it to equal funds. As I learn more, I share it, okay? You know, these rules used to be there, and then, as I learn more, I kind of fine-tune stuff. and then educate everybody on it. This says simply add on 3% drops. Don't worry about don't worry about what the news is or the fake news, you can call it. I think Trump calls the news fake news. I call it fake news too. Because those MSNBC people, the guys with the suits and the ties, they don't, you know, they never tell you anything that's going to make you any money. I don't need to hear their baloney. The fact is, it's just numbers going up and down. Treat it that way. And then the max number of lots, this says I'm covered all the way down to 100% drop in that coin. That means I don't care where the price goes. As long as that coin stays in business, I'm going to be buying and selling, whether it's up here or down here. What does top mean up here, by the way? Your first time you buy the coin, that the auto trader buys the coin, I call that the top. And then it's calculating all the way down to 100% drop. So it automatically spreads your money out. It allocates the funds. A buy and holder goes all in at the top. And then when the coin goes down here, he's missing all these wiggles because he doesn't have any money to buy. He's already put it all in at the top. Because that's human nature. When a person buys something manually, in their mind, think about yourself. When you buy a coin or a stock, you're thinking that coin's going to go up. And that's all you're thinking is. That's why you're buying it. You're thinking it's going to go up. The auto trader says when it buys it, it's planning for it to go all the way to the bottom. It says, I'm going to trade this coin forever, and because there's nothing to think about if it goes up, just take the profit. So, where's the strategy? You don't need a strategy if it goes up because you just sold it. But what if it goes down? Are you planning for what if you miss? What if it's going the wrong way? You ever think about that stuff? That's called risk management. When I was in the Navy, me and a few of my friends, we climbed to the top of this mountain where people were jumping off into the water. And when we got all the way up there, I took a look down there and I said, I'm going to break my freaking neck. That's called risk management. I said, there's no way. I don't know what's under that water. I mean, I dove off a high diving board in a pool and cracked my nose on the bottom of the pool. So I don't know what's at the bottom of this water down here. I might kill myself. There's no way. So risk management told me climb back down that mountain. And my other two friends jumped off. It's like, you can go ahead, man, but I'm all about risk management. You got to think about that. We all think about risk management in many areas of our life. That's my point. But when it comes to the stock market or the crypto market, that's where somehow there's a disconnect. Somehow people lose this concept. Somehow people don't think about what if it goes the wrong way. And then they're taught the wrong stuff in these schools or these trading classes where they say, if it goes down this far, I'm going to, sell it at a loss. Sell all that inventory you bought at a loss. It's like, no, I don't care where that price goes, man. You can drop 90%. As long as you're wiggling, you're going to keep pumping me money forever. And you can't, and there's no way unless that coin goes out of business, he's going to keep pumping me money until I die. And then, even then, my wife will take over my trader. All right. So that's the strategy rules. I talked about the well. I showed you these couple charts where it's just numbers going up and down. It really doesn't even matter.
How about the billion-dollar report, Ed?
All right, that's what I want to talk about. So here's the website. I'm going right across the screen. I'm a very organized person, can you tell? So this is the website. And what you would type in here is you would go to gobabytrade.com/CryptoKC because you want to get that discount. That's going to give you a discounted link. And when you click buy now, it's going to lower the price from $44.99 to $34.99. So you get $1,000 off your website price. And you notice there's a $2 million max in the trader. I don't let any trader trade with more than $2 million. There's two reasons for that. One is I didn't create this system for the multimillionaires. I created it for regular people. Now we do have people that have over $1 million or even over 2 million. And what they do is they just open up a couple accounts. One guy has 1.4 million in his Coinbase account, and he has another 1.4 million in his Kraken account. So he separates it that way. But he has two accounts. Max currency is 100. I mean, you're going to put 100 symbols in there. That means if you had 100 symbols, you would be dividing your money up 1% per coin. You won't even make any money on those kind of wiggles. If you're putting only 1% of your coin, $8,000 is all you would be allocating, as opposed to 33,000 on 4%. But if you were doing 3 coins, think of this, you would be doing, this would be allocating 281,000. And then your next coin would be three coins, or 33%. Let's just do it. And the next one would be 33%. You would only have these 3 coins, and you'd be breaking that money up into 281,000, 272, and 272. That way, when you have a lot of money, when you make trades, you're going to make a lot more. But the more coins you have, that's why we say 3 to 5 coins is the optimal number to trade with. People trading with 20 coins, 50 coins, they're spreading their money out really thin, so when a coin makes a big jump, they really don't make very much money at all.
Yeah, please keep that in mind, everybody, because somebody did have that as a question. So that's a really important point. Yes, it's a really, really important point. There's absolutely no need to have more than 3 to 5 coins trading for you at one time. Now, if you're under $2,000-3,000, I recommend 1 or 2 coins till you get over
even 1
5.
coin. I helped somebody yesterday, and he only traded 1 coin. You see all these coins here?
Yeah.
I was helping somebody reduce all these coins down to 5 coins.
Wow.
And you can see the number I wrote on here, right here, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
We reduced it to these 5 coins out of all those.
Wow.
It's helping him shrink his coin list down. We try to help you, get your auto trader profitable. Otherwise, you're sitting in all this, you're spreading it out way too thin.
Yep.
But when you first sign up, it gives you 3 good coins by default, and you're on your way. So a new person signing up is up and running in a minute, real fast. It already has default coins. You just click on it, and it starts trading in paper trade mode. Then you connect the API to the software so it can talk to Coinbase or a Kraken, and then you're live. And you didn't have to do anything. The strategy is already set. We're all running the same strategy. So somebody asked, you wanted to talk about the highest trade count report, which is the coins that trade the most. So Cord, one of our clients, he always hears me talk about the coins that trade the most. Give me the products that move the most. And I was always given this example about the 7-Eleven. I've never owned a 7-Eleven, but I'm just imagining how it would be. You got your building, you got your coolers for the Monster drinks and the Coca-Colas and the water and all that, and you got all your shelves for all the products, and you got your parking spaces and all that stuff, and everything's ready to go, your signage and everything, and your cash register. But at some point, you're not gonna talk to every one of those every one of those products that are on the shelf. Everyone, each company that sell, all right, there's Twinkies, and I'm going to call Wholesome. I don't know if they're still in business, but, or I'm not going to call the Monster drink guy, and I'm not going to call the bottled water guy. I'm probably going to work with a vendor, a distributor, that handles all that. I don't want to have to call the individual. I don't want to have to call the vape people, people that sell vapes, and just all the individual products. And I want to call them, and they're probably gonna show me a report that shows the items that sell the most, because that's what I want to put on my shelf. I don't want to put iodine in a 7-Eleven. You're not gonna find iodine in a 7-Eleven or Lysol. Good luck if you think you're gonna find that in a 7-Eleven. There's a lot of stuff you're not gonna find in a 7-Eleven. They only want stuff that turns inventory. I want to put stuff on the shelf that sells. So I was always talking about that, and then I was going right into our trade report that shows the most moved items. But this guy emailed me the distributor order sheet for for 7-Eleven. I couldn't believe it. He said, "Yeah, it actually exists, Ed, what you were talking about. It makes sense. There's the coffee, all sizes. They sell 450 of those. Average sales. The Monster drinks, number 2. Red Bulls, number 3. Amazing, right? Bottled water, number 4. When I go in there, all I buy is bottled water. and an occasional donut, maybe. I don't know. But you got your Doritos down there, and you got your Marlboros down here. I imagine there was a time when Marlboros would have been up higher. And your chips and your candy. And then, I think he added these down at the bottom. He added line 856. I think he added those because I always talk about them. Band-Aids and iodine would be somewhere near the bottom of the report. I don't need that in my store. But it's the same way with the crypto market. We created this report called the highest trade count report.
Or
Edward, what do you call it, Edward?
the $1 billion report.
Right. It shows this is I haven't updated it to 3%. Many are still trading on 3% moves, many are on 5% moves in their traders. It really doesn't matter. But it comes out once a month, and the most important column here is this previous year's closed trades, 1,485. I want the item that's going to give me the most trades. Now these numbers, they jump around because like Lock-in or Lock-in, that really just popped up there this month, which is amazing that he came in all of a sudden because Swift and SPA, the number 2 and 3 guys, they were at the top of the report for 6 months. It really doesn't matter. You don't have to pick the top guy. The way I picked them, a few months ago, I created another trader and I just grabbed the top 5 coins. But some people will go down and say, I only want coins that trade at Coinbase and Kraken. Well, this one's only at Kraken. This one's only at Coinbase. This one's only at Coinbase. The first one that's Coinbase and Kraken is right here, Giga. But it's a meme coin. Some people only want to trade utility coins. So let's continue on. Let's get past these memes. Here's the next utility coin, and it is at Coinbase and Kraken. So PRCL, it's a good one. And it did 1,202 trades last year, which is really good. XCN is another really great one. 1,162 trades last year. And if you look, you see these are like 1,100, even down here, 1,100 trades. When I say trades, I'm talking about closed profitable trades. 1,100 closed profitable trades. Let's jump down to the bottom of the report where the junk is. 191 trades. I don't want to trade that junk. Go Baby Trade clients generally don't trade the stuff at the bottom of this report. They don't move enough. 161 trades in a year. 230 trades in a year. I want to trade the stuff that's going to give me over 1,000 trades. And it shows you the monthly going backwards. Let me get this out of the way. Here's November, October, September, August, July. It shows you month by month how many trades they did each month. And I like consistency. I like, coins that, like, I don't like this, even though Swift is number two, I don't like this 27, 22, 21 trades. That's a slow month. I love, this is real nice. You know, I'd like to get 66 trades. That's averaging 2 trades a day in closed trades, 85 trades in a month, 105 trades that month. I mean, I like that, and you can go down here. I mean, if you're looking for, look at this coin, ZEC. That's, what is that? Something about Z coins or something. This is becoming popular. You see a lot of people trading this. ZEC.
Yeah,
Look at the number.
that's a privacy coin. It's been around quite a while. And yeah, that's Zcash.
Oh, Zcash, that's it.
Yep.
Right. And that's getting popular. And he's starting to do some pretty good trades each month. 256, 207. And, again, there are 20,000 junk coins out there or 20,000 cryptos. You can't trade them all. And I
Right.
don't change coins month by month just because they change the order on this report, because not only is a fast moving coin important, but a well seasoned auto trader has a lot of inventory. And
Ed,
there's
can I,
something to be said for all this 20 lots, 20 lots, 34 lots. There's a lot of value in that. Because if you
yeah,
first turn your trader on, you're only going to have one lot of each coin. That coin, it's like if you only have one bag of potato chips on the shelf in a 7-Eleven and a school bus pulls in with a bunch of kids, you're only going to sell one bag of chips because that's all you have on the shelf. If you have a lot of bags of chips on the shelf and a school bus pulls in, you're going to sell a lot of bags of chips.
yeah,
Especially
Ed,
if
let
a
me
popular
interject.
kid buys chips, then everybody will want to follow the popular kid.
Let me interject real quick on the point you just made. If you're new to the call today, um, please take note of what Ed Barsano just said. It's so important. Do not be trying to change in and out of coins. Pick 3 to 5 in the very beginning, preferably three, that you're good with and you feel good about, or just hit the automated ones, the default ones, and stick with them. Okay, because you're asking for just a real pain in the rear end if you want to switch in and out of coins. And the most important thing Ed just said is, why would you want to switch out of coins that you've already accumulated by seasoning your auto trader for 3, 4, 5 months? You
Yeah.
got 22 lots open and you're like, let me change that out. That's crazy.
A well-seasoned auto trader has a lot of inventory. That's
Yeah,
gold because that means you have the market trapped.
right.
And that trapped is the most important thing because they can never wiggle the coin. Anytime they try to wiggle the coin, I mean, let's go to one of these. Let's go to like L3 since I remember that one doing some. I mean, I own L3 too. Um, I mean, look at this. Wow. This is just making, I mean, come on, man. I'm in heaven. Look at these wiggles, baby. This is gold, man. Pure gold to an auto
Mhm.
trader. It doesn't even matter where it goes. And when it drops like this here, look at that. It's just going right back up. It's just, and when it does crazy jumps like this, that's beautiful. Just beautiful jumps in the price. Look at that. It goes, and you see these wiggles right here along the way. You're it jumps up like that, and you sell off anything below it. Then it goes down, and you buy it again, and it jumps up again, and you sell it off, and then you buy it again, and then it jumps all the way up there, and you sell all that off. Like I said before, profit wise, I'm way up here. I don't even care. And holding one or two of these, like this one here, if it jumped down here and you just sold it off up here, and then it buys again, and maybe you didn't sell that one. Maybe I'm sitting on that one over here for a little while, but I don't even care because when it goes a little further down, a week later, boom, I sell that one off too. And look at these just a wild ride. Just a wild ride. This is just free money. I don't worry about it going down. It doesn't matter. So you accumulate a few lots that are going lower. It doesn't matter. You don't really invest that much per lot, per purchase. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest questions I get in the early days. Like, let's look at H bar. Well, in my case, I've invested $373,000 on each trade. But let's look at ACH. I wasn't investing 6,000 and then 2,000. See, that's the problem when you're looking at my auto traders. I have too much money. Most people don't have this much money, and you might be trading in $20 lot sizes or $30 lot sizes. It doesn't matter. On a percentage basis, you're killing it. You're just killing it, and without the gambling aspect, because the auto trader takes the gambling out of it. In the long run, there's no way to lose unless the coin goes straight down and out of business before you start taking profits. Because once you keep taking profits, you start locking in all this crazy profit money, and they can't take that away from you ever. See, this column here, that's your open inventory. It just goes up and down, up and down, up and down as the price goes up and down. And this is where the public gets scared, and this is where the public is easily manipulated. Because when a price of a coin goes lower, the inventory your inventory, the open positions you have, I call it inventory, goes down in value, which makes this a bigger number, a bigger negative number. And when the inventory goes down, the account value goes lower. And some people perceive that, they treat that as I'm losing. Like, I'm losing all this money. No, you're not losing anything. The value of the coin went down. You haven't sold it. You're still sitting on the shares. Donald Trump is sitting on 7 trillion trillion. Is it trillion?
No.
Billion. $7 billion worth of inventory. He didn't buy it all at the bottom. He was buying it the whole time. The whole time it was going down, he was buying. We're actually making more money than he is on a percentage basis because he's just buying. We're doing this. We're buying and then selling, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. We're still accumulating on the way down if it's going lower, but we're buying and selling, and then it goes lower. And so we accumulated what's up here. And we're buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. Then it goes lower, and we added another one down here. And then it goes lower, and we just keep buying and selling. All that profit we're taking in, I call that just free money. It's literally free money. Think about it. You loan your money to a bank. That means you deposited money in a bank. What did they give you for it? Nothing. Nothing. But yet I have this credit card thing here that somebody emailed or mailed me and said, do you want this credit card? Everybody gets these in the mail, right? So you're gonna loan your money to a bank for free, but if they loan you money, 31% interest. That's insanity. So think about it. But yet millions of people loan their money to the banks by depositing it in the bank and let it sit. I don't get it. Which tells you, I don't know if people are thinking straight. I don't get it. These are simple things, simple concepts. And the auto trader is an extremely simple concepts. So once you pick your coins, you kind of want to stay with them. And all these links, what happens is this isn't automatically, like the websites, you can click on any coin like that. Well, see, that one didn't even come up, which is surprising me. Should have, that website went away or something. So, but normally you can click on the link and it'll take you to the website and you can see what the companies do. But I recommend go to YouTube and put in the symbol, put in air swap, and listen to what people say about it. It's interesting. You really learn a lot. So next time you feel like sitting in front of a TV, You don't have to go to Netflix and watch movies. You can go to YouTube, put in a symbol, and learn what these companies are doing. I'm not saying don't watch movies though. But maybe spend a little while each day and learn about what these coins are, and you're going to be surprised. That's why I love ACH. That's Alchemy Pay. They're like Apple Pay worldwide, and they partnered with Apple Pay, which is so cool. So they're literally everywhere. And then GRT, they've done over 1 trillion hits on their APIs. The 2 billion hits a day they're doing. It's crazy. They're so big, and they're sitting at a nickel, which is a joke. They should be at $50 a share or something.
Hey, Ed, can you do us a favor and go to, there's one last section before we go to the Q&A. Yeah, there it is. You're on it already. You're ahead of me.
Well,
Yep.
I'm not. I was just going across the screen, like I said.
Hey, Adam's got a good comment of something we didn't touch on before you go into the top trade report. He said if
Uh-huh.
you're buying and selling small amounts, will Coinbase fees or Kraken fees take most of the gains? No.
No, because the software adds, our profit goal is 5%. The software added the 5% to the profit goal. So, I mean, added the fee to the profit goal. So maybe it's going for 5.5% or 6%. So even though your profit goal is set to 5%, says here, profit goal 5%. By the way, you can click on any of these labels and it'll take you to a screen and your frequently asked questions and it'll say what it is. What does profit goal mean? And there it is. So you can click on the label and it'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I forgot to post that. I just posted in the chat the frequently asked questions. We've gotten a lot of questions tonight
All
or
across
today.
here, you got
Right.
these labels. You go across in here, you got all these labels. You can click on any of these. What is open positions? Click on it. It'll take you right to the screen to show you what and tell you what it is. I'm sorry, Edward.
No,
What were
no,
you
no. I
saying?
was just saying, your segue and touching on the frequently asked questions. Well, I just posted the link to the frequently asked questions on your server that is dynamic and AI driven. We've literally put years and years and years worth of questions in here that just
Oh
go to the
yeah.
frequently asked questions and type it in. There's going to be multiple answers on everything. So if you don't get your questions answered here, or an hour from now, 2 days from now, you go, shoot, I got another question. You can shoot it to us in the support, which I'll post again, or you can just go to the frequently asked questions, which I just posted, and chances are you're going to get your answer there.
Yeah. Or you go to send email to support, right, and we just answer it.
Yep, and I'll
I'm
put
sorry.
those in there as well.
Attila, what were you saying before Edward so rudely interrupted you? Attila,
Attila.
he's so mad he probably hung up.
Maybe.
No.
Oh, no. He was transitioning to the top traders. A lot of people go, well, how do I know,
Oh,
what's an example of how much money do I need to put in?
yeah.
What can I make? I'm
Well,
paying.
and that's completely 100% up to the market.
Yep.
As things move around, you're just constantly taking. The other day I found a $1 bill on the ground and it was folded up. I walked out of a Sprouts store and that $1 bill came blowing right in front of me and I picked it up. It looked like it was stepped on like 100 times. I don't know why nobody picked it up. Probably because it probably looked like dirt. I don't know. And I shoved it in my wallet. It's still in there. Um, but I picked up this moldy $100 or $1 bill off the ground, and I was happy that I found that dollar bill on the ground, which is amazing. But when you look at the trader, it's just constantly taking money, just constantly. Look at it, $70, $193. And I don't even notice it. I don't even pay attention. look at on November 6th, $345, and then on November 17th, three more trades, 63, 32, 178. It's just, and it just gives me, it's all just free money. You don't even think about it anymore. You're busy just doing other things, and it's nice to have an auto trader just cranking out money. This is the ultimate savings account. All you got to do is just throw your money. Like if I go to exchange preferences, all you got to do is just throw your money in like USDC in your crypto account, in your Coinbase account or your Kraken. Well, in your Kraken account, you have to use USD. In your crypto account, you use USDC. So, I mean, in your Coinbase, you use USDC. And the more money it has, the more money the auto trader knows it has to work with. And it automatically uses it. But that's the biggest criticism is, how come it won't use that whole 121,000 right away? Because then you'll be in up here, you're just a buy and holder. When that market drops down here, you're dead. Because you don't have any money to trade down here. And you're just a buy and holder. And that's why millions of people are out of the crypto market. Because they just got killed. They were in Bitcoin when it was 60,000. They watched it drop to 30,000. Their friends and family said, get out, you're being made a fool of. You're going to lose everything. And then they sell it all off at 30,000. They just lost half their money. And they're done, man, with cryptos. They don't get it. They hate it. Because they didn't know how to manage it. The Go Baby Trade clients, when it was at 60, they probably already sold off all the profits that were made along the way. And then when it dropped to 30, the auto trader just bought more at 30. And then when it started going higher, it just started buying and selling on the wiggles all the way up, all the way to 120. And then back all the way down to 82, and now back all the way to 90. It's just a joke. I call it. Everybody knows what I call the market.
An insult to humanity.
That's exactly right. It's a joke.
So Ed, I've got
it's too bad that the world, that people don't see it. Even those of you on here who don't own an auto trader, you're thinking right now, this is BS. There's no way it can be real. And those are the people that I want to put something in the Q&A. Let's talk.
Yep.
Because
so I have a trick.
Let me deprogram you.
I have a trick question for you. Actually, it's a trick.
There's no way you can give me a trick question. Anything you ask, I've heard 1,000 times over the last 25 years.
Not this one. And actually, it's for the entire audience. And I want you to put something as an answer into the chat. Ed, you talked about people lending their or depositing their money into a bank account that pays you nothing, and then charges you 39% on a credit card to borrow your own money back, right? So with that premise, here's the question.
I'm moving on to my second bottle, folks.
Here's the question. This one's for everybody, and I would love to have your participation. Please put your answer in the chat. If your bank sent you a notification, just like the credit card notification, and said, here's the special we're running. As much money as you want to put, up to $2 million, you want to give us to put in your bank account, and we will pay you 50% on your money, not 0.00001% on your money. How much money would you deposit in your bank account?
Can I tell you something? If they told that to Warren Buffett, that they would even give him 10%, he'd put all his money in there.
Well, you're walking into my trap. Put your answer in the chat. Not you, Mr. Barsano. Put your answer in the chat. Everybody, put your answer in the chat as to if your bank sent, right? Ken says as much as I could. Okay. What say all the rest of you, right? If your bank sent you a notification, Mr. Barsano, how much money would you like to give us? We are running a special now, and we'll give you 50% on your money. Right? Which,
I have an auto trader. I
Somebody
am an
said
auto
which.
trader, so I
Yeah,
probably wouldn't take them up on the offer because I get more than that
right.
sometimes.
Well,
And when
well,
this
I know
market
that, but
takes
that's
off, then we're talking 10x.
well, that's
Forget
right, but
about
that's part of
50%.
that's part of the trick question. As I said before, your original trader account that on the 19th of this month will now be 4 years mature in a 90% down market has 5x'd your original investment. So I just took a 50%, right? So at 50%, how much money would you, which bank? 75%. A lot. I have a lot of bank accounts. All my spare money after bills are paid. Sold. The Anthony
That's
says
how
the
much you
bar.
should be putting in the auto trader.
That's
All that
well.
excess money should be sitting in USDC.
There's the trick answer. Mr. Anthony says the bar sinister bank. So the trick was that if somebody told you could get that return on your money, by the way, FDIC insured, I don't think so. They have 2 cents on every dollar that you have in there. But if
Well,
somebody told you,
has anybody ever used FDIC insurance?
well,
I never
when
saw it.
when the what was it, the bank out of the on the West Coast in California, the I can't remember the
Lehman
name of the bank.
Brothers.
Right. No, no, no. It was Silicon National Bank or something like that. When they went pause up, right? They blew FDIC completely out of the water. There were millions and hundreds of millions of dollars that didn't get paid because FDIC failed.
So, they
Nevertheless,
paid the wealthy, but forget the rest of
yeah,
you.
nevertheless, you bid on my trick question because if you're willing to give the banks that don't care anything about you all of your money because they're going to pay you 50%, then why not consider the one and only system that exists to be able to amplify your money and put it to work and give it a job 24/7, 365? That, oh, by the way, part of the trick is by fact, not predicting the future, but in a 90% down market, to 5x your money. Could you imagine what this trader will do for you and the legacy of your family when it turns positive? Mr. Barsano, has it ever seen a bull market?
No, not the
Did,
crypto market. In the crypto market, it's gone straight down since October of 21. So we've been cleaning up in a down market, which is so cool.
and how do you explain that?
Well, the wiggles, because it's a wiggle that just keep taking money. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. It's like a window. If you were paid every time the window was opened, and then they close it, and then they open it again, and they have to pay you, and then they close it, then they open it again, they have to pay you, then they close it, then they open it again, they got to pay you. I mean, you'd be making a fortune. Picture a jelly jar, and every day just throw one marble in there. In 60 days, you got 60 marbles. In 100 days, you got 100 marbles. At some point, that jar is going to spill over because these are profits. And the profits just keep adding up, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop them. And you can save your profits and watch it just grow. I call it free money. It's the ultimate. I mean, it's the real thing, which is mind-boggling that they let me do this, but they can't really stop me. It just
The
seems
same people.
illegal. It seems like, man, there's got to be a catch, and that's what some people are saying. And that's the kind of stuff I want to hear in the Q&A.
Yeah.
I want to hear people say that. I want to hear people say the negative stuff, the stuff maybe where you're brainwashed. Because when I was in front of an audience teaching an AI class, and I mentioned, and I walked up to a whiteboard and I drew this picture of a bucket and a well. It had nothing to do with AI, and I just drew the bucket and a well, and I asked the question. I said, "What if you just keep buying and selling on the wiggles? It doesn't have to go all the way down, doesn't have to go all the way up. Just go down 3% down, 3% up, 3% down, 3% up." How much money can it pump? And the one guy gave the ultimate answer. It was so funny because the room went silent and I was looking at everybody and they were all just looking at the board. I could see the wheels turning in their head. And then one guy in the audience he says, "There's no way that could be real." Love it. It's like, how do you not see it? What makes it not real? Because it is real. It's as real
Yeah.
as a heart attack. There's
Well,
no
you
way to
gotta.
lose. There's no way to lose unless that coin simply goes out of business. You are just going to keep. Do you think Bitcoin's going to go out of business? You don't even have to have the best moving coin. Just trade Bitcoin. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. It went all the way to 120, came back down to 82. While it was going up to 120, you'd have been buying and selling. On every up day, you see the up days and the down days. I mean, you could be trading Bitcoin on 2% moves up and down and making a fortune. And it's a beautiful range. It went to 120, came back down to 82, is now back up to 90. It's like, give me the free money, baby. It's just a
Hey, it's funny
joke.
you mentioned about
It's so the
you want to
market is
hear.
so
Yeah,
simple.
yeah, you want to hear the negatives in the comments, and we rarely ever get
Yes.
negatives. Well, I mean, I can tell you that that we get negatives, some negatives on our comments on the when we post them on YouTube. But I can tell you 100% of the time, 100% of the time, the negatives, this can't be real. This has got to be a scam. Anything that anybody says negative, who do they come from? The people that
People who
don't own.
don't own an auto trader.
That's right. And I'm going to call somebody out. As a matter of fact, there's a guy that has tried to bribe us to promote this. And if we didn't fall prey to the bribe, every time he gets a chance, and his name is Bob Deere, takes an opportunity to badmouth us or try to badmouth us, but it doesn't work. And guess what? He doesn't own the trader. If he did, he'd shut up.
I don't know why he doesn't take advantage of it.
Well, hey, listen, but you got here on the other side, you've got a positive. Aiden, which I think he's new to us. He says, "What is the best method for paying for the trader with crypto?"
Well, the auto trader, I mean, it's once you put in, when you click buy now, where's it at over here? Here, here. When you go there and you click sign up, you're going to put in your email address and then you're going to put in all that kind of stuff, email name, password, your name and address, and your phone number. And then it's gonna put you on the payment screen. It's gonna say, how do you want to pay with this? You can pay with crypto or you can pay with credit card or debit card. And and then if you select pay with crypto, then Coinbase has their own payment screen. Coinbase provides it. It's like a merchant processor screen where you just pick the coin you want to pay with, and it automatically does it. So you don't
So
have to do a physical you
you
don't
could
have to
go
do
into
a
your
transfer.
Coinbase. You could go into your Coinbase account with that connection with and when you get to that screen, you could pick USDC or USD or any other
Or
crypto.
anything you want to pay with. You don't Doesn't matter what you pay with, they will
Right.
convert it. They convert it to USDC for us.
Cool. Aiden, hopefully that helps.
It's real easy. We get people literally every day that pay with crypto. And we get people every day that pay with a credit card.
Good. All right.
But it's funny. I find it entertaining. Like if I go to like a board or anything like on YouTube or not YouTube, but what are those different, I don't know, X or whatever. If you go to a crypto board and you want to talk about this stuff and talk about strategy, talk about this, they'll say, "Get out of here, scammer," because they don't. It's like going to a dog lover's website and then telling everybody, "I hate dogs." It's like, why are you here? But if you go to that same board and say, "So, do you think Bitcoin will go to 500,000 by tomorrow afternoon?" Oh, they'll give him 50 answers. But if you want to talk to any intelligence about anything serious, like and explain the process, how easy it is, they don't really want to hear it. Which is it's that's the thing. I come to these meetings here every 1 or 2 weeks and do these presentations with you guys. I'm happy to be invited. But this is like a therapy session for me. It helps me get it off my chest because you can't because it's really frustrating, when you've conquered the market and the world doesn't see the obvious. And I go and I show example after example. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to make it easier, you know. But if there's another website out there that'll say, "We'll double your money every month," they will get flooded with users and then they will get robbed. And that's how the public is. If you just say, "Give us your money and we'll double it every month," and then just they do what they call a rug pull. I had to Google that when somebody mentioned it. I didn't know what a rug pull was. And I heard the horror stories after I got into the crypto market. I'm like, "Oh my God, people are just getting ripped off left and right." Or like if you get a text message that says someone from Pakistan is trying to access your Coinbase account. If it's not you, call this number. It's like that's a scam. And who cares? People from anywhere can try to go into my Coinbase account. They're not going to get in. And why do I need to call that number? But people will call that number. And then the people on the other end are scammers, and they'll try to talk you into transferring your coins out of your account for safety. It's like, stop, but it's amazing how gullible our society is.
All right, Mr. Barsano, you want to transition to Q&A? You ready to rip your jacket
Let's
off?
do it. No, it's a little cold today in here.
Actually, it's a little chilly where I am
Yeah,
as
it's a
well.
little chilly here. I didn't
But
turn on any
Attila,
heat.
do you want to kick us off? We got quite a few questions.
All right,
Mr.
all right.
Barsano.
Sure.
Adam says, Mr. Barsano, you are indeed real. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Adam.
Okay, let's start in order. Russell
Appreciate it,
asks,
Adam. Thank you.
I have some questions about the email sent out stating that banks are escalating quiet debanking actions against crypto users. Where are you getting those letters from? Ed Barsano, you're not sending anything like that out, are you?
No.
No,
Okay.
no. But there was just a piece on I can't remember what Reddit where Chase, JP Morgan Chase, is debanking select individuals that they believe are bad actors.
Let me make a suggestion. There's a lot of people moving to Uphold. Uphold is an exchange, a really good, reputable American exchange. Now, you could deposit USDC, US dollars in there. You could get a debit card. You could pay all your bills with that debit card. Here's the beautiful thing. You could get anywhere between like 3 and 7% of XRP on every dollar spent off a debit card. It's the biggest no-brainer, and you're out of the banking system, and you have actually more insurance there than what's offered by, what's it called again? The regular bank's insurance?
FDIC.
FDIC.
Right, right.
Yep.
So the banks, listen, all the big banks behind the scenes are already getting into the world of blockchain, tokenization, crypto, everything. The rails are being built, they're being finished up. But when you walk into the local branch, they are just totally
They're just
bewildered by crypto, and they got you. They
Well, they're
think,
taught. They're taught to say we don't have anything to do
yeah,
with crypto. However, Bank of America now is they have I just read the article a couple days ago. They now their investment division is now allowed to offer cryptos, some
yeah,
cryptos.
there you
So,
go.
they're
Cool.
slowly coming on board.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but they'll be on board one of these days. But
And I
still,
don't care if they ever come on board. You can
well,
fund your account directly from inside Coinbase. They're not gonna,
yeah,
nobody's gonna, let me tell you who gets blocked, who gets their account shut down. If you walk into a bank and you say, I want to transfer $50,000 to Coinbase. Well, they
Yeah.
don't like
Oh,
that because you're taking the
no.
money directly out of the bank. You're messing with that bank's reserves. They don't
Right.
like that. You're
True
taking the
that.
money out of the bank and moving it out. So they'll read you the Riot Act. They'll start telling you things like, they'll ask everything. Who knows what you're doing and who's helping you and do you know? And then the answers you give, unfortunately, are not good answers. Some people they'll say, "Well, I don't know anything about cryptos." It's like, well, there you go. It's like, well, you're putting money into something you know nothing about, and then they're gonna say this guy's being scammed and all that kind of stuff. I walk into a
Well,
bank and they say, "Good morning, Mr. Barsano. How are you?" I say, "Hey, crypto's up. I'm up." And I say that nice and loud in the bank, and everybody in that bank turns and looks to see who just said that. Because that's my answer to any time somebody says, "How are you?" anywhere I go.
yeah,
You
let
know,
me just say that there's no reason for anybody already in almost 2026 to still have an account in a bank because they think that's the only game in town. You
and if
could run,
anybody asks me any question about crypto, how much do I know about crypto? I'm going to say I know 100 times more about crypto than you know.
right.
So don't even talk to me about crypto. I'm a master at crypto. You know nothing. I feel for you.
Yep. So anyway,
But
Russell,
they're not closing accounts. That's old news. That is old.
yeah,
That's been
yeah.
around. I mean, they've been doing that. The Genius Bill outlaws. Trump signed in a law that they can't even discriminate against people that have crypto accounts. They cannot close accounts. What they're going to do is it's based on your answers to what they say. Like I said, they can, hey, I'm not closing your account because I'm against cryptos, but I'm closing my account because I feel this guy's being robbed because of his answers he gave.
Right,
That's
right,
why.
Yep. So, yeah,
right.
for anybody that's interested, I just put an Uphold link in that will give you it's a referral link that gives you some sort of a bonus. I can't remember what it is. It's like 25 or $50, but if you want to investigate that and to clarify, you FDIC insures a regular bank for 250,000. Uphold FDIC accounts are 2.5 million protected.
Nice.
Yep, yep,
Also, let me say this. I have thousands of clients. I don't know a single person that got their accounts closed at any bank.
right. Yeah, well, the Trumps did.
Yeah, well, Kathy actually must. She just commented she must have read the same article. Jack Mallers was just recently unbanked, right? So, and
Yep.
then the interview I just saw with was it Jamie Dimon? I can't remember who it was, but they actually admitted it was who's the guy with JP Morgan Chase?
Jamie Dimon.
Jamie Dimon actually was on a YouTube recording this morning saying, yes, we do debank people, but not with prejudice. And I thought, what a stupid comment that is. But yeah, they don't want you, the banks don't want you taking their money, your money that you gave to them for free and going and doing something else with it. They get to multiply by a factor of 10 to 20x every dollar that you put in because they want to make all the money and they don't want to pay you anything.
Yeah, I
Let
walked
me,
into a bank one time and said, I want to withdraw 150,000 in $100 bills because your $20 bills fill up my safes. And I was surprised at the way she talked to me. She said, "Well, I have to report this." And I'm like, "I don't know what that means, but I don't care. I'm withdrawing my money."
well, let
And
me,
then, well, we don't have that much here. You have to come back next Tuesday. Okay, what time? I'll be here next
yeah.
Tuesday. Have my money.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's the big scam.
they really don't have any choice or anything. And if they close your account, it's their loss.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like a million banks out there, man. Seriously. I mean, you can
Listen,
literally go online and open up an online bank anywhere. I mean, you don't need the local bank. I would never
there's
be
so much
afraid of the
more.
bank.
Let me just say there's so much more. There are so many more products and services and benefits and percentage of yield that you could earn on in a place like an Uphold for my entire life, child life, young adult life, and adult life. Anytime I walked in a bank, the bank did less than zero for me in terms of benefit. I mean, they gave me nothing. They take my money, they loan it out at 30% or whatever. They give me maybe 1% a year. What an insult. Okay. So I've never really been a fan of the banks, but guess what? We now have options, and options are
Yeah.
a good thing.
Look at this
So,
right here. I just searched for it. Open bank account online. 10 best online bank accounts. I mean, you can just sit here and, go down the list.
well, SoFi, the number one bank on the list right there. SoFi is the first bank in America that's an online bank or any bank that, as of last week, I think 4 or 5 days ago, you can now buy crypto with that bank if you have an
Yeah,
account
I
there.
mean,
Yeah,
you got all these banks
it's
that are just
actually,
online. It's like one time I was in I had a flat tire, a routine flat tire with a nail right in the middle of the tire, and I went to Discount Tire, and the guy told me the hole's too big to fix.
mhm.
And and so I need a new tire. And I said, well, you don't want me to walk out of here. You're gonna either you fix that tire or you're never gonna see me again. And I got all
Mhm.
these cars, you know. It's like, and I said, if I walk out of here and I have to drive down that street, I'm gonna pull up into some tire place anywhere, a gas station or something, and they will fix that flat. They will put a patch on the inside of that tire, and that'll be it. It'll be that simple. So you don't want me to walk out of here. And the guy said, well, I can't fix it. They say the hole's too big. I said, okay, see you later. Now I call them no discount tire anytime I see the sign. No discount tire. And because all I did is I just drove down the street. I went a couple miles down. There was a gas station, a tire place, and he fixed my tire. And then he told me $15 is all he was going to charge me. I said, $15? That's it. I reached into my wallet. This is honest to God truth. I reached into my wallet. I pulled out a whole stack of 20s. I must have had $300 there. I pulled out a 20 and I handed him the rest. It's just the kind of
That's
guy I
great.
am. And I said I might want to go to Starbucks, so I wanted to keep 20 behind. And I just gave him all my money. And for years, I've been going to that guy.
Yep.
Anytime I get a flat tire or anything, slow leak, whatever, go to him. He fixes it real nice. It's and it's like discount tire. I don't know why you did that. It was a routine flat. I don't know why you wouldn't just fix it. And as I was walking out the door, by the way, I saw another guy over there just browbeating an older woman, telling her she needs 4 new tires. I mean, I was just shaking my head. Oh God, she does not. It's just they're on commission or something. There are a bunch of young guys in there working. They're all competing with each other. How many tires can I sell? The scams are all around us.
Yeah. Well, the
Well,
bank is,
that's actually a great transition to talk about our customer service. I'll post it again. The frequently asked questions, the two support. We strive to give 6-star white glove service. You can ask if you've not interacted, or you can ask anybody in the chat if they think we have good customer service. You have I'm going to post a couple of links here. As a matter of fact, I forgot to mention. I did mention at the beginning about joining our community of like-minded folks. If you'd like to, there you go. There's an invite link. I'm going to then repost the support and frequently asked questions. If I can get it here. Here we go. Bear with me a second. And lastly, I'm going to post, before we get to the other questions, I'm going to post Crypto Casey's discount link if you're interested in the trader.
Well, what I say about signing up is, and I'm not a salesman, everybody knows that, but You got to get on board. Every day that you're not trading is a day your auto trader is number one, not building inventory because a well-seasoned auto trader has a lot of inventory. And don't worry about the inventory. You want a lot because when that coin jumps 100%, I want to make a lot of money. I don't want to only have one lot. So you need to get started and so that your auto trader can start buying and start doing stuff, buying and selling and accumulating. So every day that you don't have an auto trader is a day you're not making free money, and a day that you're not auto trader is not building inventory because it takes months to grow to be able to buy 22 lots of a coin. Maybe even a year, I mean, it takes a while for the auto trader because it does it intelligently. And you don't just go in there and say, I just want to buy 22 lots of a stock or a coin. You're just buying it all at the same price if you do that. These are all spread out appropriately, so the coin is always trapped. No matter where the price goes, you own something. You're never more than a few percent away from selling and taking profit. Never more than 3% away, or in my case, I've got it set to 5% profit goal. I'm never more than 5%. Anytime that coin goes up 5%, I'm taking free money. For the rest of my life, I've attached myself to these coins. It's just an insult to humanity.
Yeah, and you're right. It does take time to build inventory because it's not just collecting inventory, it's buying and selling along the way.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just free money. Just
Yep.
free
Steve,
money.
thanks for the comment. Steve says excellent customer service. Thank you. I even received responses directly from the Ed himself.
I know that was a great honor for me. It was a great honor for me. Some people
That's
say it was a great
hilarious.
honor to talk to me, but I'm like, hey, I love talking to you. I think I talked to a guy 3 hours yesterday. I talked to him until he was begging me to hang up.
You torture people? All
We
right, so
talked about
Dean,
all kinds of stuff. We don't just talk about the crypto traders, the auto traders. We talk about everything. Everything about life. Having problems with your marriage, talk to me.
uh-oh, marriage advice. So you are qualified for marriage advice. I mean, you've been married 34 years?
40,
40.
44.
Well, then you're overqualified. Murderers get less time than that, right? So, all right. Enough with the jokes, bad dad jokes. Dean says, I have Go Baby Trade and I'm loving my profits. Question. On Coinbase, I am holding several other coins. I want to wait for the market to go back up before I do this, but I'm thinking I should just trade all of them rather than hold. Does it matter how many coins you trade on Go Baby Trade? Is this an advantage or disadvantage?
Yeah, we
I think
covered
it's a
that.
disadvantage. Personally, if
Yep.
you're asking me, I would liquidate it all. I don't own any coin that I'm not trading. And the problem is, my feeling is, if it was me, I'm not an investment advisor, but I can tell you the auto trader works best with a lot of money. The more money you have, I mean, you want to make $80 a trade, don't you? $74, $148. You want to make the more cash it has, the more USDC it has to work with, the more it can manage the money. You bought all those other coins at the wrong prices. You didn't do money management. I'm just assuming because I don't know how you could do it manually. I know you would have to automate it. The auto trader does it, knows how many shares to buy at any given time. Like I said here, it's calculated the quantity of shares and at what price to buy these things. I mean, and
Well,
what I think is so cool is look at that price that it calculated. 0.026254, and look at the shares that it calculated, 144,016.8. I mean, it's the calculations that it does is so precise. And my feeling is, if it was me, I'd liquidate it all, go to cash, throw the cash in the USDC, and let the auto trader just trade the handful of coins. Like Attila said, 3 to 5 coins. and
Okay, great.
for best results. As opposed to
MS.
just throwing all those coins in there at once. You got all those coins, your money spread out all over. You're making 2 cents on that trade, 10 cents on that one. I'd rather get it all in there in cash and let the auto trader get it and make as much profit per trade as it can. All right, go ahead. Next question.
Excellent. Nope. MS has a series of questions, inquiries. Can Go Baby
Now,
trade link?
are these support questions or are these
N-
new user? I want to hear the questions from
This,
people that
I think they're
I
new.
want to
I
yeah,
hear
think
the
these are
this,
new.
skeptics.
These are
I want
new.
to hear the skeptics. I like to, because because that, I want to hear what you're, I want to help you. I want to help you get past that phobia that you might have about the market. Like, if that was real, there'd be no stock market or no crypto market. If it was that easy, everybody would have it. I got an email just a couple days ago, maybe yesterday, I don't remember, but it said, what did he say? Let me think for a second. He said, yeah, he said, if your software really works, how come everybody isn't using it? That was his question. How come everybody isn't using it? I said, I don't know. Is everybody drinking smart water? I don't know. Does everybody drink Fiji water? So does everybody drink bottled water even? A lot of people drink Coca-Colas. A lot of people think tap water's fine. I don't know the answer to that. Why don't you tell me why you're not buying it? And then you've got your first answer of why everybody's not buying it. I
that's a
mean,
good
I
one.
don't know. I hate to give snippet answers like that, but it's like, these are and I like to hear about the phobia. I said, you know what? I'm a brilliant programmer, but I'm not a brilliant marketer. There's one answer. I tried to give him a few answers, I'm
Well,
not a marketer. I don't know how to get the message out there. And if I go to the internet and try to talk, they just say, get out of here, scammer. So you can't go to
well,
the internet and discuss it.
well,
You know,
that's the beauty of what we do in support of Crypto Casey's audience is hold these educational sessions on a regular basis so people can understand and see. If they see it and hear it enough, then it creates believers.
they've never seen anybody like me who had a unique situation going on where I was retired, bored, I'm a programmer, I'm I wanted a program, I wanted to automate the market. Lost 60% of my wealth in 2000 in that crash, came back, did all this, worked with thousands of people so I could see what works and what doesn't work. I mean, I'm a unique, and I've been doing this 25 years. I'm nobody else, I don't know anybody else out there that has experienced my life, walked in my shoes to be able to do this. Because it's not something you sit at home and create. Somebody else can't just sit down and automate the market and come up with this. I mean, for one, you need millions of dollars worth of servers because it's web based. I mean, there's just so many reasons why I'm unique, and they're not used to that. They're
Yep,
just not
understood.
used to. They're not used to. They think there's got to be a scam. I mean, I heard one person say, "I don't know what it is. Everything looks good, but there's got to be a catch, so forget it." It's like, there you go.
Hey, the Matrix programming worked.
The people are severely brainwashed and they're missing an opportunity of a lifetime, and especially with the crypto market where these coins are sitting right now, man. You're never going to have an opportunity like this again. This is
That's
it.
for
This
sure.
is the big one. You miss
No,
Yeah.
this
you're
one, you miss the draw.
we're gonna look back in one, 2, 3, 5 years and go, oh my gosh, why
Yep.
why did I not take advantage of that opportunity?
These coins are going to blow away what Bitcoin did. Bitcoin, and these, just the trader alone, the way it trades, the constant money that it constantly takes is just pure gold. Better than putting your money in some mutual fund or something, or give it to somebody and then they give you a statement every quarter and tell you, okay, you're made 8 cents. That's the
Yeah.
bank.
All
You
right,
know,
MS. Can Go Baby Trade link to an account inside a crypto Roth account like I Trust Capital if it is Coinbase custody?
Not iTrust, because iTrust doesn't have an API. I can't connect to them. Now, if they
Right.
want me to write one, I would do it for them, but I asked and they said no.
Right.
So
No, but
they don't have one and they don't have an API. Right now, I only and really you can move your Roth anywhere. You don't need to leave it
right.
in iTrust. You can
Right.
go here,
Yeah.
Kraken, Rocket, Rocket Dollar. Rocket Dollar does IRAs, self-directed IRAs. You can move it, you know, call them, and they
Right.
work with Kraken. That exchange. And anytime somebody mentions an IRA or a Roth IRA, either one, I just say this is the one I know other people are using, and that's all I know. I don't
Right.
but I don't have any preference to any exchange. Like somebody says, why don't you automate finance? It's like, what's the difference? Why don't you just I don't care what their interface look or what their screens look like. I'm not looking at their screens. I hardly ever log into my Coinbase account. I don't have any reason to. So I don't care what their interface looks like. I mean, why do you want to stay at Binance when you can just throw all your money in Coinbase or Kraken?
Yep.
The auto traders only trade the same.
Adam's got a comment. What would your top three coins be, Ed? This is a personal
Well,
opinion.
I can let you know, I will trade ACH and GRT forever. I think GRT is this one. The
Yep.
graph. I will trade those for the next 50 years. They are much these guys are they're not like XRP, which is in the news and all that stuff. These guys are like secretly getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And and I'll never stop. And I just love them, and they keep cranking out money forever. And I mean, like I said, GRT is the graph. They've got They've already done over 1 trillion API hits. I'm a programmer. I've written APIs. I don't have 1 trillion hits. Nobody's calling my APIs 1 trillion times, you know. And they're actually programming for there's so many. I don't know if people understand how blockchain works and how XRP transmits money, from like one country to another. Go to YouTube, type in XRP, and watch what people say. That's where you'll learn. You'll learn how things work. That's where I get my education. Okay? And and they talk about all these coins, and what the benefits are. And and you can see GRT is the bee's knees, baby. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. Um,
I
but
think you
they
like that one. So, and Adam, you can also use the my favorite $1 billion report and take a look at those cross reference, if you will, what they do, if they're a utility making a high quality impact in the marketplace, and they've got legs. You can see, as a matter of fact, yep, you've got 105 on lock in. That's a new one. Swift and Spa are always fighting for one and two, but you can
Yeah,
see the
these
trade
two here
volumes
have
are.
been around they're just battling it out for one and two for forever.
Yep.
And I mean, and I don't think, again, you can read about them, but these are, they're good moving coins. They crank out a lot of trades every month, which is what it's all about, turning
Yep.
inventory. You can just look at the top of this report. XCN is very popular. If I go down the list a little bit more, I see a lot of people trading ASM. And
Bonk.
I go by, and then this, what did Attila call this one?
Oh,
Zcash.
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 Yep.
Very
Very
getting
popular.
very popular. SUI or L3, they do crazy moves, man. I've seen them do 30% moves, 50% moves, 100%, 150% moves in one day. I mean, I love them. I trade L3, I think it's great. I mean, you don't need a lot of them, you only need a few and you're done and just let your trader just trade away. You don't have to try to, some people want to change their coins and all that. And I'm like, no, you want to build good. You just want to trap the coin is what you want
Right.
so that
Build
it can't
inventory.
move.
Yep.
Don't
Pick
let
a
the
good
market
one.
breathe without paying you.
Yeah. Pick a good one. Let it accumulate inventory. Stick with it. Like I said, and back when you started your first account, the one that's going to mature 4 years this month,
Yeah.
there were only 30, 35 coins, right? You picked ones.
Yeah.
You didn't do months worth of research. You picked ones that you liked. What did
Yeah.
you say? You did. You said originally you did all this research and you didn't really, just chuckled and said, I just looked them up on Google and picked them,
Yeah, I just
right?
Googled them.
So, and
I
how
used
do
to
you
joke.
know?
I used to joke and say that I did this deep research. I'm like, no, I didn't. I just Googled them,
Yeah, and
and this is what
how
I
did
did.
you know that they were good quality coins? You weren't you didn't have this $1 billion report that's only been out for still less than a year, right? So,
Right.
but even if they're not your top coins are not in the overall top performers, but
Yeah,
in a
they
ninety
weren't, but
percent
they
down
do.
market, in a
Let's look at
ninety
them.
percent down market, you have five extra money.
ACH still does 728 trades. However, this doesn't say how much money, how big the trades were, each trade. And because I have a lot of inventory, every time the coin does something crazy like a 10% move, I've got a lot of inventory. So I sell off a lot of inventory. So it's, I'm always taking a lot of money in bursts of money.
Right.
ACH, GRT, and again, this one here, 592 trades, but there's something to be said for a well-seasoned auto trader. When you have a lot of inventory, there's value in that. So it doesn't have to be the top trader, and especially when you look at the dynamics of what really is going on behind the scenes. When these coins are sitting at the bottom like this, I mean, ACH is at a record low, 4-year low. GRT is at a 4-year low. Why? they're they're going gangbusters. Their business. Both of these companies are just going gangbusters, and there's no reason for them to be where they're at unless the whales, the wealthy, are just loading up as much as they possibly can at the very bottom. If you're not, I mean, you can't own enough crypto, in my opinion. You can't, that's why I'm saying anybody that doesn't have an auto trader, that's why I'm always amazed, when I talk and I'm amazed that, every person on this webinar that doesn't own an auto trader wouldn't go out and buy one. It's like, I don't know what to say. I can't help you anymore other than just send me email, send email to support and let's talk because I don't know what else to do. I've led you to the well or the buck or the
Led you to the well. Led
golden.
you to the water.
I led you to the water, but I can't make you drink it. All right. I don't know what to say, because the market, I've conquered the market many years ago and I've been doing it. And I wouldn't be wasting my time doing this for 25 years if it wasn't just killing it. And
Right.
it just keeps getting better and better and better.
All right, let's catch another question. MS again. How does a user designate what assets to target and trade? I think that's what we just been talking about. Ones that are already in my portfolio or ones I designate that are not in my portfolio. There is a FIFO implication for assets already held, which should trigger capital gains taxes for long-term held crypto. How does the system work around that? It doesn't
Wait
work
a
around.
minute. FIFO does not help you generate taxes. First in, if you're loaded up with a bunch of crypto, it's like ACH. I started buying that at 12 cents. If I'm selling it at 1 cent, I'm selling it at a loss. So first in is 12 cents. First in, first out. That's what FIFO is. That means when I sell it at 1 cent, I'm generating a 12 or an 11-cent loss because I'm selling the one that I bought at 12 cents. I'm selling it at 1 cent. That's a tax benefit to you.
Right.
That's not that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, and
If you've been sitting
the
on
one you're
these coins,
selling,
you're underwater. You are,
right.
if you've been sitting on these coins for years, you are way underwater because all the coins are dramatically lower than where they were, except maybe Bitcoin and Ethereum, maybe. But most of these other coins are all underwater from where you
Yeah, the
were
one you
before.
explained that sold at a penny is one that sold profitably. It sold that lot profitably, but from a tax implication perspective, it's a positive because it looks like an 11 cent loss.
Right. When we sell, so what we do, say I buy a coin at 12 cents, it drops to 1 cent, and then I buy it at 1 cent, then it goes to 2 cents. The auto trader is selling the one that it bought at. We're selling LIFO, last in, first out. So we're selling the one that we bought at 1 cent at 2 cent for a profit. But the broker or the exchange, they don't know which one you're selling. They don't ask us which lot are you selling. They don't look at these things like that. So they're matching it FIFO, first in, first out. So when I sell it at 2 cents profitably, they're logging it for tax purposes as if I sold the one I bought at 12 cents for a big fat loss. That benefits you.
Yep.
So if you dumped all that coin that you're sitting on, doesn't mean you're generating profits. You're generating a whole bunch of tax write-offs.
Right.
Hey, Edward,
Yes.
let me pipe in and speak to the first part of MS's question about their portfolio. They mentioned, do I pick which coins do I pick, or how does that? I think what they were referring to is if you already have, let's say, 5 coins or 10 coins in your Coinbase account, do you pick those, or do you go to the trader, look at the highest trade count report and pick those? Let me just say, you're obviously going to pick from either the default button in the trader or from the report. But if you want to trade, let's say XRP as one of your coins, and you are already holding like a whole bunch of XRP. If you don't want that trader to pull in all of your XRP, you've got to move some of that off of there. Because if it's on Coinbase and you put XRP into the trader for it to trade, it will suck in all of your XRP into the trading platform.
And it'll probably sell it off as soon as it goes up 3%. So what
Yeah,
you want to do then is open up a separate portfolio within Coinbase.
right.
You can do that. You create a portfolio, you move your XRP, all the stuff, your XRP into the portfolio so the auto trader doesn't touch it because the auto trader is looking at your default portfolio. You can create another portfolio called XRP Save or saved coins and just move all your existing coins into the saved coins portfolio so
Hmm.
that the auto trader should only let the auto trader see the USDC, and then you tell it what coins you want to trade in, and it'll leave your XRP that you're currently holding in the saved folder. It won't even look at that. And if you tell it to trade XRP, it'll just use the cash to start buying and selling.
Okay. MS has got another one. How does the system know how much capital is available to allocate to the trader if it is USDC held in account? All of it.
USD.
USD. Sorry, all of it.
Well,
What?
that's your choice. If I was to go to the exchange preferences screen, on the bottom here on the right, it says you're trading live at Coinbase. There's my account value. It says use all available funds. And then you tell it use either USD or USDC.
Yep.
So you just tell it which one to use. So if you put it all in USD, it'll use it, or you can tell it to put it all in USDC. USDC pays about 4% interest on all the excess money sitting there. So even though the auto trader still has all this cash sitting there, I'm getting 4% interest on that without doing anything while it's sitting.
Yeah, how great is that? Your bank doesn't do that.
Just a free 4%, and my auto trader's using it as it needs it. Plus, I have a Coinbase Visa card that I live on. And every time I use that card, I say, the card that keeps on giving. Just free money, baby. Free money. Every time I use it, just free money. Go grocery shopping. I bought a new Range Rover last year. Free money, baby. Do whatever you want. It's just free money. I
All
don't
right,
look at money the same as anybody else in the world. I don't know.
we've got a couple comment questions, and I apologize ahead of time if I butcher your name, but I believe it's Nanasai. Says, how do I limit my losses? I'm not sure. You're gonna have to give us a little bit more guidance on what you're asking. You put it in the Q&A, or you can put it in the chat. But you've
Yeah,
got
I don't know
another.
what that means. I don't know what that means.
And it
The auto
might
trader never sells at a loss.
right.
So how do you
Oh,
stop a coin from going down? I'm not.
well,
I don't follow you.
We
yeah.
don't, yeah,
Well,
we're not
there.
sh- we're not shorting the market. So the trader never sells at a loss. So there's nothing to worry about in terms of losses. The
Yeah,
only way you would experience any kind of loss, which is highly, highly, highly unlikely, is if one of the coins you're trading goes out of business. But
right.
how much money did you make off of that coin when it went out of business? If
Yeah,
you
if ACH goes out of business right now, I've lose 86,000 in my open shares, but I've taken 151,000 in profits already off the table.
There you go.
So
There you
Yep.
go.
Not a side clarified. How do you use stop loss? There is no stop loss
there's no
ever.
stop loss. That is not limiting your losses. That's creating losses. If you're
That's a
using
guaranteed loss.
stop loss, change the name. You need it right now for the rest of your life. Anybody on this webinar, anytime you see the word stop loss, change the name to lock in loss. Lock in loss. That's what you're doing. That's what it's called. My first robotic trader that I released in 2001 had that feature. It was called lock in loss. Somebody called me and said, "What is that lock in loss?" I said, "Well, that's if the coin is going, if it's going down and you want to lock in that loss." He
Yep.
said, "Isn't that a stop loss?" I said, "What do you mean stop loss?" He said, "Well, a stop loss is if it's going down. You don't know if it's going to keep going down, so you're not stopping anything. You're just locking in a loss. You just took all that money that you just lost, and you just said, 'I'm going to throw that away.' You just literally threw away money. Threw away money. Can you imagine walking down the street every day just throwing money on the street? Just tossing money out of your wallet?
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy. People use a stop loss. You're just locking in losses is all you're doing.
Yep.
You're
Nanasai's got
gambling.
another follow-up question. What sort of security is there to protect your money from hackers? Well, the
Coinbase. Oh,
trader,
we have
we didn't
security.
clarify this before, but the trader has no authority to do anything, or only, let me rephrase that, only has the authority to send buy and sell orders. All of the funds reside and are managed and secured in your Coinbase or Kraken account. Now, Ed, I believe you're gonna show the allow
Well,
list, which is
I'm going to
which is
show
an
that,
additional
but
feature.
we don't go baby trade when you connect with an the API you create, when you create the API, it actually says allow the software, allow anyone using this API to see your account and to send trades to your account. You never check the allow it to transfer anything. So Go Baby Trade could never transfer. I've never have access to your money or your coins. That's all in Coinbase. You see, the auto trader is just talking to Coinbase. The auto trader is not touching any of your money. None of your money is in Go Baby Trade. Some people ask me, how do I withdraw money from Go Baby Trade? It's like, you don't. I don't have any money. I don't have access. No, your auto trader does not have access to your money. It can only send orders to Coinbase and tell them to buy this coin and the execution of the buy takes place in Coinbase. It never comes down to Go Baby Trade. So the other thing is we actually help you with security. You see this feature here down here called Coinbase Allow List. Down here, Coinbase Allow List. If you have a Coinbase account, you should turn that on. Because what it is if somebody tries to transfer a coin out of your account, they have to put their address, their wallet address of the destination where they want to transfer it to into the Coinbase Allowed List address book. They have to actually type that in there. And that prevents the transfer for 48 hours. So Coinbase sends you email and says someone just added an address to your allowed list address book. So then you got 48 hours. That's why I put it on here so you can go to it real fast. If you click on that, it'll take you right to your Coinbase account, right to the allow list page. And you can see the address book and you can say, oh, there it is. Delete. You can just delete the address out of there so nobody can transfer it.
Yep.
So that's security. And you probably have a Coinbase account and you don't even have that turned on. So you have really no security right now. If you don't have the allow list feature, the Coinbase allow list feature turned on, if somebody got into your account right now, they would just transfer everything out. You wouldn't even know you were hacked until all your coins were gone. That allow list feature stops the transfer for 48 hours. It gives you a chance to go in there and delete that address that the hacker put in there.
Yep. So
You're safe from us. Nobody, we can't do anything.
Nanasai has a great question that I will give a resounding answer to. Can you really make that kind of money in a bear market? So let me say again, this was factually based. Doesn't have his account open now, but I mean, if you look at the one that's open now, nope.
It doesn't matter. You're making money on the wiggles. It doesn't matter whether it's a bear market or a bull market.
Yep, I was going to clarify.
These coins are going down, and you're still buying and selling while it's down. Look, this coin here. Look right here. It went down, and you would have bought down there at the bottom, and then it bounces and you sell, and then you buy, and then it goes up here and you sell. Right. Anything you bought are down in here that you're buying and selling. But when a coin jumps like that, anything to the left here, anything you bought below that price, it just sells off profitably.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. There's no such thing. In Go Baby Trade, there's no such thing as a bear market or a bull market. They're all one thing. It's a wiggle market. And that's all market is. Wiggles.
Yep. Yeah, that was one of the clarification points that I was going to make is that outside the trader, there's a bull and a bear market. Bear is when it goes down, bull is when it goes up. Inside the trader, a bear market in the trader means there's no volatility, which is again why there's a benefit to the $1 billion report, because it points out the ones that are most volatile. A bull market even in a down market, a bull market inside the trader is one that just violently trades and there's lots and lots of volatility. So completely change your mindset, because the trader is an animal all amongst itself. It doesn't matter. You look at the chart that's up in front of you. Those are as I said before, those that are buy and holders would look at this and go, oh my gosh, how much money did I lose today? Instead, inside the trader, if you own the trader, all those wiggles means a profit.
Yeah, and the nice thing is the auto trader is prepping you to take advantage of all these moves. If you don't have an auto trader, then I mean, you don't know that coin right now down here is going to pop up to jump like that. You don't know that. So you can't manually try to say, well, I expect that coin to go up in the next 3 minutes. It's like you don't know that. The auto trader is managing all of it. It's making sure you always have shares to sell. Picture a 7-Eleven. Somebody told me not too long ago on the internet, it didn't tell me, they just wrote it, and I was reading posts that people, it had nothing to do with Go Baby Trade, and I was just reading stuff that people wrote on, I think, LinkedIn or something, and he said long-term trading is the only way to trade because short-term trading is just gambling. So my response would be the typical response. What do you think I wrote? I wrote and they never responded back, but I wrote, are 7-Elevens gambling? Because that's all they're doing is they're buying and selling monster drinks and vapes and cigarettes and, all that candy bars and chips. It's just short-term trading. Buy, sell, buy, sell. You stock the shelf and you sell it. You stock the shelf and you sell it. That's what the auto trader's doing. If you understand commerce, then you look at the auto trader and say, there's no way this loses. And you can go to the internet. You see thousands of people saying they're losing, and we have thousands of users.
Okay.
Oh,
Um, um,
everybody still there?
let me
Yeah,
grab
we're all
one.
still here.
See,
Let me
you
grab
can't prep for this, but
let me
the auto
grab one.
trader can.
Let me grab one question real quick from Helder, who sounds like he's new or she's new. I'm not sure. Helder sounds like a male name, but if I'm wrong, I apologize. What about using a decentralized platform instead of a centralized exchange for API connections?
Well, you can't because I don't have I only automated Coinbase and Kraken. Are you
No, I
afraid
know.
of are you afraid of Coinbase?
No,
I
I don't
mean, I've
know if,
got thousands of people that all over the world that use Coinbase. Coinbase is a publicly traded company even,
plus
and they're US based.
you got to understand that on decentralized platforms, it's very difficult to buy crypto and sell crypto. You can move crypto back and forth easily, but to buy and sell, you've got to connect to your DEX, whether it's Solana's DEX, which is Phantom, or MetaMask or whatever. It's more work. It's more complicated.
Yeah, it's
You know,
crazy. There's so many places out there. They make trading cryptos so difficult. It's crazy, like Pancake Swap and all that stuff. I mean, I've reduced it to its simplest form. You just put your money in in Coinbase or Kraken, you turn on your auto trader and watch it crank out money. That's all that matters. Anything else is I don't even see the purpose of it. I
all
don't
right.
have coins sitting in decentralized, cold storage and stuff like that. I don't see the need of it.
Okay. Edward, which question one you want to grab next?
I'm going to grab Sam. I'm just picking away at some of the easier questions. There's a couple of longer questions that we'll go through. Sam says, if you're starting your first Go Baby trader, I'm assuming today, what four coins would you choose? Would Ed B as well as Ed P answer this question and explain why they chose those coins?
What am I,
So,
chopped liver?
Ed, I think just
That's what I
because we
would
showed,
say.
right. I'll go first because you kind of, Ed, you've already kind of answered the questions of the coins that you love. I coined the phrase, all pun intended, the $1 billion report because I believe the research that it or the value that it brings, right? I generally speaking would not, if you go all the way to the top, this month it's for the first time I've seen the locked in or LinkedIn or whatever it is that's a meme coin. I, yes, it's volatile, but at the long term, if the idea is that you're going to pick quality coins and just let them run, and then you can look at the $1 billion report when it's issued every month, but not jump in and go, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to jump ship and I'm gonna stall all the inventory that I've collected and switch coins. I trade Swift, SPA, I trade ZEC, ZEC, and what's the other one?
L3.
L3. They're all, yeah, they're all
Limit.
very, very popular. That would be where I would go. You've got a lot of Ondo. Great news just came out about Ondo and real world
Mondo, yep.
assets. That's always a really popular coin. But if you're starting today, do a little bit of research. I mean, use this report for what it's for. Swift and SPA have been at the top for almost a year, and again, it's not necessarily you're not looking for tiny market cap stuff. You're looking for well-established companies that have. And by the way, for anything to hit this report, it's got to have been trading for at least a year. So I think
Right.
if you glean some of the things that we've talked about and choose four wisely, including some of the ones that we talked about, then I think you're good. Then it literally is just a set it and forget it. Don't lament or let human good point. Don't let human emotion jump in because that's where people lose money. The Go Baby trade has no emotion. It has one mission: make you money. Period. Make you money. Period. It doesn't go, ooh, the market's down today. Maybe I'll take a day off. It just simply works. You talk about 25 years of perfecting. Still, Ed and his team work every day to hone, provide more tools, make the trader smarter. The more data it collects, you already know it has 25 going on 26 years of trading pattern recognition. That it's 98% confident when it recommends and does something that it does it, but it can do it at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're not paying attention. You will never manually be able to outsmart or out. If you think you can outthink 3 million lines of code, think again. Just let it go. Go back to my trick question. If your bank sent you a notification today and today only, you can put as much money as you want. And we'll give you 50% a year. This is much safer than a bank.
Yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
So
So my three coins are just the default coins. When you sign up, there's going to be a button there. And I'm not an investment advisor, you know that. But I'm going to tell you, I know what a lot of people are trading, and I see the profits. Okay, so SUI, SUI, XCN, and L3.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
For long term, if I want to just grind out money forever, if I was going to add two more coins, I would add my next two would be ACH and GRT.
yeah,
There's, I
good
mean, these
quality
companies are not
business.
going anywhere. They're not going out of business. That's for sure.
Good quality businesses that add. Again, we're in the infancy stage, or as I called it earlier, the dinosaur era, as we're just starting this market. There is so much good coming out, and if ACH and GRT as an example, there is so much utility that they are providing to the market, as Ondo, as some of the other ones that we talked about. Anything that you put in this trader with confidence, which you have the reports and all of the things to help you, it just makes money. Right.
Okay.
It's like the
Attila, you
stock
want to
market
you want
in the
to
90s.
Charles has got a couple of comments, questions, um, and then I'll
All
read
right.
Anthony's after.
All right. So this is a long question, Ed. It's for you, obviously. Ed, if you believe that these coins are already at rock bottom prices, then I have a suggestion for us to immediately have well-seasoned auto traders. Please hear my suggestion until the end, as I think I address the main concerns you may have with this suggestion. Let let people tell the trader to buy, say, 10 lots at these rock bottom prices and set the trader to sell one lot at 3% profit, the next one at 6%, the next one at 9%, etc. So you've automatically seasoned your trader as if it's been buying on the way down from a starting point of 30% up. And they'll make far more profit than if they had actually bought from 30% up because they're buying them at rock bottom prices. Obviously, they need to, almost done. Obviously, they need to leave significant funds, say two-thirds, to allow for further significant drops in prices, as you're fond of saying that there will be blood in the streets before the market takes off. But we'll be in a similar position to people who bought the trader several months ago and will stand to make significant profits.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
The problem with what you just now said is tell the auto trader that it bought at 9% higher, is what you said. Let's take one of those lots. You're saying tell the auto trader it bought it for 9% higher than the current price.
Oh no, sell at 3, 6, and 9, not buy.
Well, it has to buy somewhere.
Right. So I believe at the beginning he's suggesting that that allow or tell the trader to buy 10 lots at the
Right.
current
So
price.
one of
buying
those
prices,
10
yeah.
lots is at 9%
No. He says
above.
sell
No,
the first. He says sell the first lot at 3% profit, the next one at 6, and the next one at 9, etc.
Right. But that's after you bought it.
Right.
right.
So I'm talking about, let's start with the buy.
Okay.
He's saying buy it at 9%, one of those lots. And then right now, he's saying pretend like you bought it at 9, but really you bought it down here at the bottom at the current price.
No, he's not saying buy it at 9%. He's saying because
No, you're
you
buying it at the current price, but you're going to say sell it at 9% higher.
right.
Right.
Well, then that's a 9% gain. Why would I'm trading on 3% moves. It won't work what you're describing, what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Well,
And
first of all, the market could change dramatically from one day to the next. So to assume to
you're
base
better off just jumping in and letting the game begin and letting the auto trader buy these at the proper prices
yeah, yeah.
and
After
let it build its inventory instead
Ed,
of you trying to go through the back door and try to figure out how to trick it into thinking it bought it at a certain price and all that. It's
Ed,
way
would it be
better off letting the auto trader just do all the buying and selling. You'll get it. You'll get your inventory, Don't
would it be
worry.
fair to say, would it be fair to say over 25 years, you have seen pretty much any and every scenario people have drawn up on the drawing board for you, and you know better what works best, which is the way you
Yeah,
have it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I would just let the auto trader start out and just let the auto
Why
trader go and you'll get there. Don't
why
worry.
change a winning combo?
And
Charles
not
has got
only
a
that,
follow
you're
on.
talking about a lot of manual stuff and all that and maybe reprogramming and all that for one strategy. It's not worth it. This is a winning strategy that's been working for years.
Yeah, that's the best part of the answer, actually. To was it Charles that asked that?
Charles, and then he's got a follow up.
Charles, the best part of Ed's answer was what he just said now, 5 seconds ago. The fact that if somebody were to employ what you're suggesting, now you're getting into manual trading. Think of all the adjustments that you're making in the settings. It's a mess. It's a disaster waiting to
It's just
happen.
another
Trust me.
strategy. You're
Yeah.
describing another strategy. I already had 10 screens of things you could do, craziness, and all that stuff just loses money. I just said I'm going to create an auto trader that just cranks out money and traps the market and forces them to just have to keep paying you. Just
Right.
keep paying you. These $356,000 of profits, it's just let it just keep paying you. It's just you got the market trapped for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Yeah, and don't forget the comments that I made earlier is if you want to be a trader, then train to be a trader and close your eyes and throw a dart and you're maybe 50% right. When you look at a 4-year period of 5xing your money, and by the way, with zero risk and zero screen time, I can tell you one of the big benefits to me, not only is this the most brilliant system I've ever seen, but it buys all my time back. I said that a couple of times. I get to spend time. I just turned 61 years old. I have an 11-year-old that I
Whoa,
need to spend.
you're over the hill, man.
I know. I'm walking to go pick out a plot now, but I got an 11-year-old that I want to spend time with. I have a 20 and a 22-year-old and a beautiful wife that I want to spend time with. If you get this point, I don't know whether you saw my earlier comment, Anthony, when I talked about the nonprofit, right? Why not use the tool and deploy it? The $15,000 that I put in, if it only returned 50%, which is less than half of what it's been doing in a 90% down market, a 10-year history, by the way, the 10 years is going to go by anyway. 10 years from now, if I didn't add another dime to what I invested in that account, I think it was something like $864,000 that it would generate if I just closed my eyes and left it alone and let it grow for what the benefit is that I created it for in the first place. And then it continued to make 50% a year, but then I decided to cash flow. That's $36,000 a month that I get to bless people with a hand up, not a hand out. Now, that's just my view from a nonprofit perspective, but that's a pretty powerful statement. That doesn't mean
Maybe it's an
that,
American thing. Maybe it's an American thing. We are so groomed our whole lives to look for the almighty dollar. You
true,
know, I mean, hey, you know what? Since you're young, it's like, how I remember, it's like you got to make so much money to pay the rent and all the bills and all that kind of stuff. I know a guy that from Syria, he was a seamstress, and he said, "Hey, I'm going back to Syria." This is, I don't know, 20 years ago, but he said he's going back to Syria. I'm like, "Really? Why? Why would you want to go back to like a third world country when you're in America?" He said, "Because you can't, you have to work too hard in America.
quality of life.
You're killing yourself here to make money, to make monthly bills, and so that even though you have an auto trader that just cranks out money, you still in your mind you're saying, how do I make it make more?" See what I mean?
It's
And that's the thing, and instead of saying, why don't I go fishing or whatever, I don't fish. I don't so I don't fish and I don't go boating and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, some people do, and they find great joy in it, and I do know that this frees up it frees up all my time.
right.
My time is spent adding more servers, enhancing the software because I'm getting a kick out of it. I mean, I'm getting a hoot out of this, conquering the market. It's a great feeling. It's an unbelievable great feeling for me to conquer the market after all these years of building up to it and finally getting rid of all the negative strategies and all that craziness. It's like, why don't I just set it up so it's automatic money for life and you don't even have to look at it?
Yep.
Go
Let me
about
ask.
your life, live your life, enjoy your life, figure out other things to do besides making money because the auto trader is already doing it. And I see
Yep.
people doing that. I see people just getting, retiring. I know people that have quit their jobs and took the buyout and threw all the money in the auto trader and they're just trade and their auto trader's making money. I mean, I get a guy that texts me every few days and says, "Hey man, Ed, my auto trader's took another 1,000 today. Thanks a lot." It's like, yeah, it's just cranking out money on its own. And we got the
Yep.
market trapped. That's the beauty. And it feels good to know that we've done that, that I've done that. It feels good for me. So this is what I do with retirement. I'm loving it. But I don't think you need to think too hard about other strategies and all that. I mean, I've been watching
No.
people do strategies for years and destroying themselves. And I don't have time to do more programming to I don't like, Charles, I don't like your strategy because it's because you're saying put all this money in right now. And I feel like, well, if I've got all that money, that bucket of money, why do I want to put it all in at once? Why not let the auto trader start from right here, right where we're at, and let it build inventory if it's going low?
True.
Because
Yeah. There's no.
you said that I said, let's go back to what I said. You said, well, if you know that GRT is at the bottom, all right, I'm speculating. It's at its all-time low, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's at the bottom. Who's to
Right.
say it can't drop 30% lower? I would rather let the auto trader deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, why not just automate? I
Because
mean,
I'm going to win even if it goes lower if I let the auto trader deal with it.
yep. I mean, the faster you get started, the faster you can, you know, let me give you a different perspective. When you work, I've now worked for 45, almost 50 years with the idea, particularly when I was in the Fed, where the big hook was, geez, if you put 3% of your salary in, we'll match it. By the way, a 401k, you don't have access to that money without penalty, period. Now there's going to be the ability to deploy an auto trader in that environment, to make that money, but you spend all of that time being buffaloed and BS'd into thinking that you have thousands and thousands of dollars in a 401k that you can use when you retire. Guess what? You can't use them until later in life. There's all of these other restrictions. It's just another hook to keep you dependent on the system, right?
This
Whereas
came out,
I
this
just
is
gave,
real money. I can
right.
spend it right away, any way I want. I don't have to wait until I retire.
Yeah, and like the example of the 15,000 I put into the nonprofit trading account. 10 years is going to pass by anyway. If that's the case, then just let it go. And in all likelihood, if it repeats what Ed's trader has done in a 90% really bad market over a 4-year period, which is over 100% return a year, that is not a guarantee of future performance. That is a fact of what it's done. I gave you the $864,000 over 10 years on the 15,000 if it only generated 50%. But in there, don't forget the power of compounding, right? And generation. You put $200,000 in and it spits out 2 to 3% a month, you're home free. You can disconnect from your 9 to 5 and be an entrepreneur, which a lot of you out there are entrepreneurs that work 9 to 5 so that they can figure out a better way from 5 to 9 of how to get out of the rat race. Here's your answer. You
Yeah, and
don't
we've
have
been
to.
on this downtrend for the last 4 years. Watch when that market turns to an uptrend. And don't think it's not going to happen. It does. I mean, look at all the tech, look at all the stock market. They're all sitting at record highs now. You know, over the years. They tortured us through the years with their downtrends and all that stuff. And now Microsoft's at 500. All the tech stocks are at sky high prices. And, anyone who had an auto trader cleaned up the whole time, whether, because they were in it in the down market and still cleaning up. But when that
Yep.
market turned up, it was like, whoa, all that inventory they were sitting on, they sold it all off profitably. And some. Watch when this market turns to an uptrend. Who believes that the crypto market is over? Like, we're done. There is no more crypto market. Like,
It's
there's
not
only
even
two
started.
coins you can buy. Microsoft and not Microsoft, but let's say XRP, Ripple, and HBAR. I mean, who's gonna pick two coins and say these are the only two that are gonna be successful? No, these coins cannot be successful without all the other coins being successful. Look at these coins. I just wanted to point something out that I noticed. Here's the graph, and here's Alchemy Pay. Look at the chart. Let's make sure we're all the way on the end on each one. If you look at the trenches and the peaks, they're all just following each other. See that peak right here? Go over here. Same thing. See that peak there? Go over here. Same thing. They're just following the Dow up and down, up and down. And you're just gonna keep taking free money forever. And they all just move around.
Yeah,
It's
think
an
of it this way.
insult. It's an insult to humanity, is what it is.
Here's another trick question for you, Ed.
But
How
that's
long
a
do you
good question.
think?
But before you answer that, I want to point out that email that guy sent me the other day that said, "Why, if it's so great, how come everyone's not using it?" I would like the users, the people on this webinar, to answer that question. Since you don't have an auto trader and you might not buy one or you might not sign up, I would like you to answer the question. Why not? I would like, so that later on when I get another question like that, I can give them answers. Well, I heard from real people and this is the reasons they gave me. I think it would be cool if the people who don't have it and are not going to buy it or not going to sign up, I would like them to tell me why. I think it would be cool, don't you think? I mean, I think it would be, I would like to know why, because what am I missing when I've already handed everybody the Holy Grail?
Honestly, you're not missing anything. The problem is that the system of the past 100 plus years has programmed people to believe that the only way is the way that they've been programmed to think. That's that. I can't think of any other logical answer to that.
I know. All right. I was just curious to see if, because look at that spike down right now. That, I mean, in the 24 hours, let's see, this spike down right now. It went all the way up there. Isn't that cool? I love it. Because when it went all the way up here, and look at these buys and sells along the way, and then it came all the way down, and this is just 24 hours. So went all the way down here, all the buying you're doing, and then selling it all off, and then now it goes back down here to replenish its inventory again.
Yep. Hey, you got it. You got an answer. Jose
All right.
says, I was cautious to trade with GoBaby trade because of the price to lock in the trade. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Maybe you can clarify. But he says, but, comma, I figured why not? So
the price to lock in the trade.
The subscription price. The cost
the
of
subscription.
The cost of the trader.
There are expenses.
Right.
But the other thing is, skin in the game is an important thing. Remember when I said I used to give away free auto traders, thousands of them back in 2001 to 2005. It was actually, even when I automated TD Ameritrade in 2006, I was giving away free auto traders. So all the way up, it was once the numbers got too big for me to manage, and I had to hire all these 40 support people, the expenses started getting crazy, right? And so, I mean, I was spending $30,000 a month for the space that they were all sitting in the cubes they were all sitting in. I mean, it started getting, and that was all coming out of my pocket for 6 years. I mean, I had millions of dollars, so what's the difference anyway? But nevertheless, I was spending a lot. But I noticed something about when you don't have skin in the game. Out of those thousands of people, a lot of them didn't even care. They weren't even funding their accounts. They were just treating it badly. They didn't treat it with respect. Whereas now, when you sign up, you're going to right away. I notice all the signups that we get every day. They quickly go to live mode. They're not wasting time in paper trade very long, maybe a day or two. And then they go live, right? Some of them go live right away. See what I mean? They respect the software. And they want to get it on and get it going, and let's go. Let's get this road on the show, or show on the road, whatever you call it. But when it's free, you leave it. You forget you even have it. You forget you have it, and you don't even fund it. And you don't even, sometimes when I give away free traders, when I was giving away free traders, they wouldn't even type in a stock symbol to trade. So you got a trader sitting there with no stock symbols in it. It's like, what are you doing? I gave you a free auto trader. I gave you the Holy Grail, and you're not even going to type in a stock symbol to trade. This was when it was stocks, Right. But once I started charging, that changed the whole class of people, the behavior of people. Once they paid for it, and $3,500 is a drop in the bucket anyways, right? Really, for a 3-year license, what is that? $3 a day or something?
$3.19 a day.
I mean,
and you're right. You put value on, you get what you pay. That's where you get what you pay for, right? I mean, we had Crypto Casey on a month or so ago. Then remember, I put her on the spot.
She said you should charge $25,000 a year for this auto trader.
Yeah. And I mean, we're literally, and we're not giving advice here.
Knock a lot of people out.
Yeah, we're not giving advice here, but you're literally being exposed to hundreds, if not millions of dollars worth of information because of distilling it from 25 years of figuring out all the things that don't work down into just the things that do work. How can you put a price on that? How can you put a price on it?
Edward?
Yes, sir.
Let me read you a comment. Let me read everybody a comment from Steve Cobb, and I appreciate the comment, Steve. He says, my biggest mistake with GoBaby Trade was not knowing there are so many good how-to videos embedded in the trader. I didn't watch them for a few months, but once I watched them and got past a short learning curve, the trader paid for itself within 3 months.
Hallelujah.
Cha-ching,
Hallelujah. Consider
cha-ching.
this. Consider this. People look
There's a video on every page.
right. Talk about value and and where you put your value. $3.19 a day. Maybe think about, if you really want to automate part of your financial future, is think about what expenses that you're spending. It's a third of a cup of Starbucks coffee a day. Change your habit to focus on the most important thing I learned about finance is make money and put it into income producing assets. There is not an income producing asset on the planet that's better than this. Do I sound excited? Yeah, because I am excited, because there doesn't
What makes it better is that it's turning profits almost every day. You're just cranking out money. And as opposed to, there are other assets you could buy. You could invest in houses, but then you got to wait for them to appreciate in value. And you
or
don't know
rent
if
them
the
out and
housing
wrestle
market's
with.
going to go up or down. You
Yep.
can get killed. In 2008, the housing market went way up and then it went way down, and wiped people out,
Yep.
so, whereas it's just going to crank out money. It's the ultimate savings account.
Yep. Yeah. Consider this. If it only at 34, because you're getting $1,000 discount through Casey's discount link, $3,400. Consider this over a 3-year license. If it only on average made $20 a day, that's $7,300 a year over the 3-year period is $21,900 on the return of a $3,500 platform. And if I said, give me $1 and I'll return three,
Hey, listen, here's the bottom line. We really honestly don't care either way. We'd love for you to own the trader, okay, and give us a good yes, or give yourself a good yes. Maybes are totally unacceptable because there's enough information here to make an educated decision. And guess what? No's are perfectly fine. The only thing we ask you is, if you say no to the trader, be crystal clear what you're saying no to, which is a lifetime of passive income. That's all. It's that simple, really. Because we all own the traders already, and we know it makes us great money. So we're fine with any decision, but just be crystal clear. If it's a no, what you are saying no to.
We're
For
not
example,
browbeaters. I feel like I'm gonna have to be a browbeater. I just want to know why the answer is no.
right?
yeah. Well, this gentleman, Adam, says this has been really useful, but to answer Ed's question of why people, I think what he means is of why people say no. He says, I'm frightened. He says maybe 40 years of government programming, question, but I'm hoping it will give my kids a glimpse at a new way. I'm going to watch until after Christmas and join the Go Baby trade in the new year. Thank you. Let me just say there's only
I
one.
love it when young people get on board because
Yeah,
then they're deprogrammed before they get programmed into thinking they can go to the internet and listen to all the lies out there, the scams that are out
right.
there. Because they
And
can fall into that and just get hammered. And I love it when young people come on board because I deprogram them right away. And I've been doing it for years. When I present to live audiences, I loved it when I saw young people in the audience. I'm like, yes, because
yeah,
that way I got you before you started listening to the scams that are out there.
thanks for your comment, Adam. And just know that we've
Thank
got
you.
one more Zoom, Crypto Casey Zoom. That is next week, the 17th. The following two Wednesdays fall on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve day. So those 2 days, the following two Wednesdays after the 17th, we will not be doing this Zoom. So
Aw.
yeah, I know, Ed. Sorry to burst your bubble, um, but anyway, you've got recorded ones you could always watch when you go to at Financial Intelligence for You. Um, at
Yeah,
YouTube.
let me make it easy. I'm going to put it in the
Yeah.
I'm going to put it in there.
Okay.
If you would do us a
While you
yep.
do that, I'm going to ask Charles his last question.
All right.
This is to you, Ed. Listen carefully, Ed. If I'm not mistaken, if ACH were to go out of business right now, you would lose your open positions P&L plus the full market value of your open positions. So
Now,
you
oh,
would,
I would lose that $86,000.
yeah. So you would have taken 151,000 off the table and lost 121K. You're
Nope.
still, no,
No,
that's
I don't
not
know what
right.
you're talking,
That's
what
not
you
right.
mean.
Let's show him what you would
No,
lose.
that market value, that's just the current value of the open positions, but this is how much I'm down. This is what I would have lost.
Right. So the net positive is the difference between 151,086, which is to the right, the
I would
64,000.
have, if they go out of business right now, I would have been, I'm plus 64,000.
Right. Okay, fair question. He just misunderstood the market value part of it, but
Right.
that's okay.
But don't miss the forest through the trees. Look at the overall account value. He
Right.
started in February of 2023 with $200,000, has taken 1.5 times that in profit, and still has a total market value of 635,000.
But another
Correct.
very important aspect here that you should consider, since the crypto summit in the White House in February, the market has gone straight down. So all of this was much higher. These were all smaller numbers. There wasn't minus 86,000. It was like, I think I was net positive on these things. I wasn't even, I mean, I wasn't down hardly anything. Maybe down 20,000 on that one. You know, I was net positive on Doge. I was net positive on GRT, which means these were all plus numbers over here. The next thing you have to look at is, why did the market crash after the crypto summit in the White House? How come when 25 multi-millionaire crypto players that Trump brought to the White House and told, remove you guys, I'm putting you in charge, get out there and remove all the regulations, remove everything holding back the crypto market. That's your mission. And so they got their marching orders. These are all 25 multi-millionaire crypto holders. They want the market. They want cryptos to be good. They went out and they started doing all these things, the genius bill and all that stuff. They started getting the banks to start investing money in the cryptos. They're making it allowed, the banks' investments. Watch when they put crypto offices in the banks. I think that's coming. But but the market's been going straight down since then. So then you have to extrapolate. You have to think about it yourself. What would the answer be to that? Why would the market be going down when there's nothing but good news coming out of the crypto market every day? What is causing the market to go down? We all have our opinions. My feeling is the whales, the wealthy, saw that cryptos are going to take off because of what they're doing, and that means these coins are going to go a lot higher, which means drive the coins down and get the little guy out and load up, meaning let the wealthy load up. Why do you think we shut down the government? Because the House and the Senate didn't have time to run the country. They were busy buying crypto. And that's not a joke. I really believe it. I believe they were busy loading up on their accounts and taking advantage of where we're going, because they know this crypto market's it's gonna take off. Like I said, for 4 years we've been on a long-term downtrend since October of 21, since the crypto winter started. Watch when that trend turns the other way, and it's going to turn the other way. I can't tell you when, next week, next month, next year. I don't know. They're playing the long-term game is what they're playing, because they want to own all the crypto. This is the biggest opportunity to make the greatest wealth you could ever imagine. It's bigger than the the tech revolution, the internet revolution. This is free money. This is just a transfer of wealth. And once they get the public in, watch when the public starts getting all this good news and more are starting to invest in cryptos. This market's going to take off. And when it takes off, we got them. And I know I'm gonna make a
All right.
fortune, man. And I'm not
All right.
worried. I got them right where I want them, and I got them trapped. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for it to take off, the cryptos are sitting down here doing this, going up and down. I'm taking free money anyways. I'm in no rush. You want to take off? Take off. Otherwise, I'm in no hurry. I got them right where I want them. I got them by the you know what's.
The coinones.
The quinones.
Attila, you want me to grab?
Got 'em
Charles has
trapped.
got a.
That's reality.
Yeah, Charles has got a
I'll grab it.
actually.
I'll grab it.
Okay.
I'll grab this one. You could get the rest. You asked, this is Charles again. You asked why anyone would get a trader. This is to Ed.
Wouldn't get a trader.
Wouldn't get a trader.
Yes.
I think this is the reason. You have to be comfortable with the account value being significantly down. The majority of my coins are 90 to 75% down over the last year, and my account value is now 50% of the amount I invested. I subscribe to your view of the market and expect it to recover and make me a passive profit, but it's not easy for newbies to see it. They're concerned that crypto or some of the coins won't recover and their capital is really at risk. That is exactly the reason to own the trader, Charles. You just actually answered the question of why people should own the trader, because you're not going to be in a position of a buy and holder. I am a buy and holder. I hold a lot of crypto, okay? And I'm in the same position you are. So why do you think I got a trader? Because I love cash flow. And while I'm hodling, while I'm holding, and my positions are down like yours, I've got cash flow. So your question is actually the answer.
No, I love it. I love his question, and I would like to address it.
Yeah, please do.
The people that got rich in the 2000 market crash after everybody sold their coins at the bottom were the people that loaded up at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
See, down is good.
Yeah.
And that's what I say. You can't own enough crypto. Down is, but buying it at the bottom is where it's at. And,
right.
Buying it while it's wiggling, that's good. But, you want to get in at the bottom. You want to load up. And these prices are just, it's becoming embarrassing. Let me tell you this. The whole market, the crypto market is starting to become embarrassing when multi-billion-dollar companies are going for a penny. There's, the rich are loading up like you wouldn't believe. They are loading up. Who got rich in the 2008 crash when the housing crash, the bank crashes? The banks, they lowered the bank stocks down to $1 and millions of people sold off. They got margin calls and everything. And the wealthy loaded up at $1 and then pushed the bank stocks to $50 a share. Who got rich? The rich got richer and left the little guy behind. And that's what they're doing with the cryptos. They're cornering the market. I can see what they're doing. They're doing what the Hunt brothers tried to do back around 2010. They're trying, when they tried to corner the silver market, they're trying to corner the crypto market. I've already heard 95% of the cryptos are already owned by the wealthy and the big companies, BlackRock and all those guys, Fidelity. And only a handful, a smittance of crypto are being held by the public. You can take your own survey. Go out anywhere you go, do what I do. If I'm in line, I'll make a comment to people. I'll say, so how's your crypto doing? Stuff like that. And can I tell you what the answer is? 100. I'm going to say 100. I can't even say 99%. I'd say 100% of the people out there own no crypto. They're out of it. They're so afraid because the coins are so low. They don't realize buying at the bottom is how you get rich. Like I said before, some people would call me up and say, Ed, my cryptos are going way down. Should I stop my auto trader from buying? I'm like, no. The biggest money you're going to make is what you bought down here. Look at all that down there was sold right here. I mean, it was sold along the way anyways, but if you had anything left over, when it went above that point, all this is gone. So yeah, did you what
Let
you
me
say?
let me add one thing. The question was wiped out by my business partner, but I think I
Oh,
remember his sec
hold on. I can restore it. Easy, easy, easy.
the the second
Easy.
the second question that Charles had is, I mean, the second
You never
sentence.
get a chance to grid in at rock bottom prices. You never get that opportunity. You want to buy Microsoft now? You're going to pay $500 a share. The only
No, I
time you can really get a lot of crypto or a lot of stocks even was like in the 2000 market crash when when Microsoft went down to $30. Otherwise you're paying top dollar for everything.
His second sentence, I think I remember what it was. People have to get comfortable with their positions being down, should be replaced with people need to get comfortable with down is good. People don't
Yeah,
under
true.
people do not understand how amazingly good it is to have the when the market goes down. This, Ed, how do you say it? When the market goes up, it takes the
I
profit.
say what
Yeah.
what I always say is I'm the opposite of Hillary Clinton. She says when they go down, we go, when they go low, we go high. And I say no. When they go low, I go low. When they go high, I go high. I go wherever the price of the coin goes.
No,
I'm
but
never more than 5% away from selling something at a profit. I'm never more than 5% away, my
there you go.
trader. So I'm
Yep.
always taking profits. Always be trading.
Right.
ABT.
Yes.
Look at
Yes.
these. Look at this. This is the life of this coin. I don't care that I own that coin up here at these prices. Well, I don't. When it went up there, I would have already sold whatever I had before it, and then when it went down, I would have bought again, and then that would have sold. And then, and look at all these wiggles. You're all this profit you're taking, but every once in a while, you get these big bursts, and anything you had before that is all just sold off. Look at these lines. Anytime you get these mountains pop up, boom, anything before it, you sold off. So we're in a situation now that everything we're accumulating right here, it's just like no different than what was going on right here, or was going on here, or is going on here. Right now, it's no different. It doesn't matter. When that thing pops, like it does, like it has done repeatedly, we're just going to sell it all off at a big profit.
Yep.
So
Okay.
let
Go
me
ahead.
before we go to the next question, it reminded me about my trick question for Mr. Barsano that I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Of the stock market and the crypto market, how much manipulation do you think is in either or both?
We've seen the manipulation in the 2000 market crash, the 97 crash, the 2008 crash. So we've seen a lot of it in the stock market. But the crypto market is the ultimate corruption
Right.
because of what they did with Bitcoin. They got everybody on the Bitcoin wagon. So all the people watched it go all the way up and then come all the way down. Like when Bitcoin literally last year, I think it went down to 24,000 even after it was already at like 60,000. It went all the way down to there. And then millions of people, the peer pressure, that's another thing that happens. When the coins are going down, their friends and family are telling them, get out, you're going to lose everything. It's not real, it's a scam. And when you're hearing it all over TV, how about when FTX in the Bahamas went under? If you lose your money because an exchange went under, nobody cares. But the wealthy had their money in the Bahamas, to save taxes, right? So when that happened there, they started having congressional hearings on TV. And I hope you watch that because you learned from it. One of those senators had the audacity to say that none of these cryptos are even real. It's all smoke and mirrors. And I'm like, what a liar. And he's talking to millions of people just spewing out those lies. Why? You got to ask yourself, why? Get the little guy out.
Yep.
Get the little guy afraid of cryptos. And if the little guy's out, then that leaves all the crypto for the big boys, for all the wealthy, because that's
Yep.
the difference between a wealthy and a regular person. You want to make money. You're thinking of yourself. I want to make money, so I want to invest so I can make money. The wealthy are different. They want to make money, but they want all the money. They don't want to just make money. They want all the money. They don't want to leave any for any of us.
Well,
So
here's why.
that's why we're having this beautiful crash here over the last 6, 7 months. Beautiful down market. I'm like, I love it.
It wasn't really a trick question, but I asked for the responses that I knew that you would give right on the nose. So let me give you kudos, which is why I asked the question. You've created, we didn't talk about it tonight, but you've created a automated stock trader, the new version, the new web-based, right? So people can participate in that, and they can participate in the crypto market. So the fact of the matter is yes, they're both highly and have always been very highly manipulated. But guess what you've done? You've put a filter in place for everybody to benefit from the manipulation. You don't care whether the price goes up or down. You don't
You go
care
low, I'll go
if
low with you.
you
But
don't
now
care
I've
if it's
trapped you
if it's
down there. Now I've trapped you. You want to go down there? I'll go down there. But now I bought down there. Now what are you going to do? You can never wiggle because every time you try to go up, I take money.
yep.
For
So
the
that was
rest
a
of my life. That's the beauty. For the rest of my life, there's nothing they can do to stop me from keep taking money. I
yep.
just love it, man. I love it.
That's a very long way to give you the credit that you're due in creating such an amazing platform, both stock and crypto, that gives people, I don't want to say an unfair advantage, but it takes all the risk out of it. Yeah, and all the way back to the beginning. And I know Attila feels the same way. When you can employ your money and give your money a job, if you leave it in the bank, I mean, already you've lost 10% of the value this year. So if it's not working for you, then what are you doing? You're just getting broker faster.
And
So,
anybody that says they want to wait, I don't remember who it was, Adam or Charles, I'm not sure,
I think they
said
had to
they're going to
leave.
wait till
Yep.
next year.
yep.
I say
Oh, it
the
was Adam.
sooner you get in, the sooner the software can start working.
Yep.
And
So
it's not like it's any effort on your part. Once you're in, you just sit back and watch and let it do what it does. Let
so
it
Ed,
build that inventory because these prices are not going to stay down here like that forever. This is a beautiful opportunity to be able to, to be able to get in at these ridiculous prices.
okay,
And to
Ed,
build inventory, to build those lots, like I talk about here, to build these lots, it doesn't happen overnight,
mhm,
and you want your auto trader to get started.
true that. True that.
Cool.
So Charles has a comment. Charles is disagreeing with you to a certain extent, Ed. He says,
It's
listen to
okay.
this. So he says, to make my last comment clear, I believe that I'm not mistaken. If ACH were to go out of business right now, you'd also lose the full market value of your open positions. So you'd have taken $151,000 off the table and lost 121,000.
Yes, yes, yes. Because that means this went down to zero.
Hold on, let me
And
see.
that would go into this column. Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
If
good.
that happened, I
Okay.
get that.
Yep.
Um, but it's not going to go out of business right now, and there's no reason it's ever going to
No,
go out
he
of
agrees.
business, in
He
my
agrees
opinion.
with that. He doesn't think it's going out of business either.
Yep.
So that's
Yeah.
a
Good
good point.
point.
Yep.
But
Okay.
you want to grab Charles's next comment?
Yeah. Well, um, what I said regarding what I said, they're concerned that crypto or some of the coins won't recover their capital is really at risk. Just to
Well,
clarify,
they're already dead in the water because they bought up here, and the coin prices are down here right now at the bottom. So they're already dead in the water. They've already lost it. I heard one guy on the internet made a comment that he said, cryptos are too dangerous because, it's too dangerous to trade cryptos. You got to just be a buy and holder because they're too volatile. I said, they're going to be volatile anyways, you're just not taking advantage of the volatility if you're a buy and holder. If you're just sitting on crypto, you're missing all the action, man. You are sitting on silver dollars in your drawer. Silver's going up and down and up and down and up and down. You could be doubling your money every 2 years by just trading silver on 2% moves up and down. Instead, you got to wait for it to go to some new highs. Yeah, people got lucky this year because silver happened to take off. But you know what? What was it doing for the last 20 years? I've got clients that have been trading for 20 years,
Oh, I know. I
just
know.
SLV in the stock market. And it's been going up and down, and they're just rolling their money over and waiting. And even though cryptos went up to 33, went back down to 11, I mean, it was a free ride, baby, free money. And it's the same thing with these cryptos. They're just going to keep paying you for life. It's the ultimate savings account. You can come on board now or come on board later. I'm just, it doesn't even matter. Eventually you will come on board. You know why? Because you've already heard too much. You are already deprogrammed. The deprogramming process, Charles, has already happened.
That's
You're
a
getting
great,
deprogrammed. You will
that's a,
never forget this trader. You will sign up. I almost guarantee you will sign up within the next 6 months or the next year. And I will tell you what you're going to say on the day you sign up. I should have signed up 6 months ago because I've heard it before from many people. They finally sign up and they go, man, I should have signed up 6 months ago, or I should have signed up a year ago when I heard you. Because
All
now
right.
it's in your head forever. I'm sorry, I'm in your head. But
Okay.
you'll never forget this. And eventually you will come on board.
All right. Well, let's finish up the last couple questions, and we got to end the Zoom and finish up with some announcements. So, Edward, you want to grab David's question, or
yeah. David says, if you spend on your Coinbase card, then it takes from the account value profit saved. So am I right in saying that you need to keep a ledger on that if I'm going to understand how much profit saved was still available at any period in time?
it tells you
So
that. It tells you that on the trader. Take a look.
Anytime I released money, it's got a ledger right under it. Usually, if you're taking money out, like say you take money out and go buy something. Say you go out and spend $25,000 and you withdraw it from your exchange account. So you just took 25,000 out of your account. So then you come in here and you put minus 25,000 from what it had. So it lowered the amount that's in your save bucket from, in my case, from 131,000 to 106,000. So you do that at the time that you're doing big withdrawals.
Yeah. And then if you have a card, you could put on that card whatever you want. You know the money's in your Coinbase account. It's not on the trader. So, if you know you've got 94 in the last column, far right, 94,641.64, and you want to take out $10,000, throw it on your card. Now you got 84,641. You track that yourself.
Yeah, well, I had 104,000, and then as soon as I
Yeah.
withdraw, anytime I go to Coinbase and withdraw physical cash, I would come in here and put minus that. Like if I withdraw 10,000 from my Coinbase account, I would come in here and subtract 10,000 from my save bucket. To say this isn't money sitting in your Go Baby trade, this is just a number. It's a physical number telling the auto trader don't spend this money in
Right.
your calculations. When the software is calculating how much money it has to work with, it's
Yeah.
just telling the auto trader not to use this money,
Correct.
that amount.
Great.
all
Thanks, Ed.
right. So let me grab Anthony. Anthony, I believe you're still maybe you're still with us,
Are you
maybe
still
not.
awake? Are you still
No,
awake,
no,
Anthony?
no. Well, to Anthony's benefit, he's not with us anymore. But I mean, that's not the benefit part.
Well,
Anthony's a great
that didn't
supporter.
sound good anyways, the way you
Yeah,
said it.
it came out completely wrong. Sorry, Anthony. You're going to see
Not
this in
with
the
us
recording,
anymore.
But to Anthony's benefit, we are now at 4 hours and 6 minutes, and you've run out of water. Anthony has always been striving for us to go for 4 hours. So there you go. We did it. So Anthony, even though you're not here, he says, "Aloha, GBT family." The question is for Mr. B. This
It was
might
the
be a
Q&A. It was a Q&A session that we had a good Q&A session this week.
yeah.
That was
Well,
really
I just
good. Thank you,
complimented.
Charles.
Yeah, I just complimented Charles on great input and participation. By the way, he reminded us that he has been a trader owner for a year. He says, "Sorry for keeping you guys so much longer." Listen, engaging,
No, we loved it.
quality information and education is what we're after. There needs to be more people that join us like you, Charles. Thank you. All right. Finishing Anthony's question. This might be a long shot, but is there a way to create a version of the GBT trader to buy and sell on digital wallet platform, for example, on Base Wallet? That's Coinbase Wallet. Reason I ask is because I'm accumulating coins in my wallet that's not yet available to trade on the exchange, but I'm sure that I'm not investing at the right price targets. So he's buying Coinbase, he's buying in his Coinbase wallet, but not smartly by
I
being
don't
able to
think
use
it's
the
a I
trade.
don't think it's a Coinbase wallet. There's a network called Base, and
Okay.
that's different than Coinbase.
But
So
he's a longtime GBT user. That's why I made the assumption that it's that he's talking about the
Well,
Coinbase
even the
wallet.
wallets. Coinbase has wallets, and it doesn't really mean that they trade those coins. They just allow you to store them in the wallet.
True.
That's their
yeah,
version of a cold storage, so no. I mean, I can't send the order there. I'm using Coinbase's
right,
API, and
right.
I can't even see the value of anything in your wallet.
Right.
Yep.
Cool.
All
Well,
right.
we have reached the end of our questions.
Yeah, great
Uh,
stuff. And don't forget, everybody, we're not here. We're here next week, but then we
We
will
are.
not be here the following 2 weeks. So we'll see you back next week. I don't have any final comments other than Ed Barsano. As always, thank you for taking 4 hours today with us. That's a record.
I appreciate
that
it.
is a record.
I
Edward,
appreciate Crypto Casey, letting
yeah,
us
yeah,
talk to her audience. Thank you.
of
Thank
course.
you, Crypto Casey, and go Navy. That's my
And go
final
Navy. All
words. And
right.
happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah, I'm putting in. Well, you're going to be with us next week, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You know what? I don't have my calendar. I'm not sure.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Well,
not
we'll
100% sure.
obviously behind the scenes we'll confirm as we with you as we always do. I'm just putting the
What is the
links in
date
again.
next week? What is the date?
17th.
Oh, 17th? I
Yeah,
think I'm okay.
yeah, I think so.
All right. I
It's
just
the 18th. I had
reposted.
something on the 18th.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just reposted all of the information that we posted before, how to get a hold of us, joining our community. Thank you for all of those that have joined. We've got some new news coming out, maybe for next week, that everybody will be excited about. But my final comments are, again, as always, Ed, you provided a tool that has accelerated the creation of a legacy for my children's children. I thank you for all the dedication and the continued work. The blessing that you have bestowed upon and provided for everybody that understands what we're trying to teach them, because you've given them an unfair advantage. So, with that, you've become a very good friend and a very, very valuable asset to us and everybody that hears this message. So, thank you.
Yep.
You're
Fantastic.
welcome. Thank
Until
you.
next week, folks. Have a great week.
Cheers. Be safe.
Bye now.